Part VII of Tale 3 of 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. This recording is in the public domain. David Wales. Descending from the train at Torquay station, Ashurst wandered uncertainly along the front, for he did not know this particular queen of English watering places. Having little sense of what he had on, he was quite unconscious of being remarkable among its inhabitants, and strode along in his rough Norfolk jacket, dusty boots, and battered hat, without observing that people gazed at him rather blankly. He was seeking a branch of his London bank, and having found one, found also the first obstacle to his mood. Did he know anyone in Torquay? No. In that case, if he would wire to his bank in London, they would be happy to oblige him on receipt of the reply. That suspicious breath from the matter of fact world somewhat tarnished the brightness of his visions, but he sent the telegram. Nearly opposite to the post office he saw a shop full of ladies' garments, and examined the window with strange sensations. To have to undertake the clothing of his rustic love was more than a little disturbing. He went in. A young woman came forward. She had blue eyes and a faintly puzzled forehead. Ashurst stared at her in silence. "Yes, sir." "I want a dress for a young lady." The young woman smiled. Ashurst frowned. The peculiarity of his request struck him with sudden force. The young woman added hastily: "What style would you like? Something modish?" "No, simple." "What figure would the young lady be?" "I don't know. About 2 inches shorter than you, I should say." "Could you give me her waist measurement?" Megan's waist! "Oh, anything usual." "Quite." While she was gone he stood disconsolately eyeing the models in the window. And suddenly it seemed to him incredible that Megan, his Megan, could ever be dressed save in the rough tweed skirt, coarse blouse, and tam o' shanter cap he was wont to see her in. The young woman had come back with several dresses in her arms, and Ashurst eyed her laying them against her own modish figure. There was one whose colour he liked, a dove grey, but to imagine Megan clothed in it was beyond him. The young woman went away, and brought some more. But on Ashurst there had now come a feeling of paralysis. How choose? She would want a hat too, and shoes and gloves. And suppose, when he had got them all, they commonised her, as Sunday clothes always commonised village folk. Why should she not travel as she was? Ah! But conspicuousness would matter. This was a serious elopement. And staring at the young woman, he thought: 'I wonder if she guesses, and thinks me a blackguard.' "Do you mind putting aside that grey one for me?" he said desperately at last. "I can't decide now. I'll come in again this afternoon." The young woman sighed. "Oh! Certainly. It's a very tasteful costume. I don't think you'll get anything that will suit your purpose better." "I expect not," Ashurst murmured, and went out. Freed again from the suspicious matter of factness of the world, he took a long breath, and went back to visions. In fancy he saw the trustful, pretty creature who was going to join her life to his, saw himself and her stealing forth at night, walking over the moor under the moon; he with his arm around her, and carrying her new garments, till in some far off wood, when dawn was coming, she would slip off her old things and put on these, and an early train at a distant station would bear them away on their honeymoon journey, till London swallowed them up, and the dreams of love came true. "Frank Ashurst! Haven't seen you since Rugby, old chap." Ashurst's frown dissolved. The face, close to his own, was blue eyed, suffused with sun, One of those faces where sun from within and without join in a sort of lustre, and he answered: "Phil Halliday, by Jove!" "What are you doing here?" "Oh, nothing; just looking round and getting some money. I'm staying on the Moor." "Are you lunching anywhere? Come and lunch with us. I'm here with my young sisters. They've had measles." Hooked in by that friendly arm, Ashurst went along, up a hill, down a hill, away out of the town, while the voice of Halliday, redolent of optimism as his face was of sun, explained how in this mouldy place the only decent things were the bathing and boating, and so on; till presently they came to a crescent of houses, a little above and back from the sea, and into the centre one an hotel, and made their way. "Come up to my room and have a wash. Lunch'll be ready in a jiffy." Ashurst contemplated his visage in a looking glass. After his farmhouse bedroom, the comb and one spare shirt regime of the last fortnight, this room, littered with clothes and brushes, was a sort of Capua, and he thought: 'Queer, one doesn't realise but what he did not quite know.' When he followed Halliday into the sitting room for lunch, three faces, very fair and blue eyed, were turned suddenly at the words: "This is Frank Ashurst, my young sisters." Two were indeed young, about 11 and 10; the third was perhaps 17, tall and fair haired too, with pink and white cheeks, just touched by the sun, and eyebrows, rather darker than the hair, running a little upwards from her nose to their outer points. The voices of all three were like Halliday's, high and cheerful. They stood up straight, shook hands with a quick movement, looked at Ashurst critically, away again at once, and began to talk of what they were going to do in the afternoon. A regular Diana and attendant nymphs. After the farm, this crisp, slangy, eager talk, this cool, clean, off hand refinement, was queer at first, and then so natural that what he had come from became suddenly remote. The names of the two little ones seemed to be Sabina and Freda; of the eldest, Stella. Presently the one called Sabina turned to him and said: "I say, will you come shrimping with us? It's awfully fun." Surprised by this unexpected friendliness, Ashurst murmured: "I'm afraid I've got to get back this afternoon." "Oh! Can't you put it off?" Ashurst turned to the new speaker, Stella, shook his head, and smiled. She was very pretty. Sabina said regretfully: "You might." And then the talk switched off to caves and swimming. "Can you swim far?" "About 2 miles." "Oh! I say! How jolly!" The three pairs of blue eyes, fixed on him, made him conscious of his new importance; the sensation was agreeable. Halliday said: "I say, you simply must stop and have a bathe. You'd better stay the night." "Oh, yes, do!" But again Ashurst smiled and shook his head. Then suddenly he found himself being catechised about his physical achievements. He had rowed, it seemed, in his college boat, played in his college football team, won his college mile, and he rose from table a sort of hero. The two little girls insisted that he must see their cave, and they set forth chattering like magpies, Ashurst between them, Stella and her brother a little behind. In the cave, damp and darkish like any other cave, the great feature was a pool with possibility of creature which might be caught and put into bottles. Sabina and Freda, who wore no stockings on their shapely brown legs, exhorted Ashurst to join them in the middle of it, and help sieve the water. He too was soon bootless and sockless. Time goes fast for one who has a sense of beauty, when there are pretty children in a pool and a young Diana on the edge, to receive with wonder anything you can catch. Ashurst never had much sense of time. It was a shock when, pulling out his watch, he saw it was well past 3. No cashing his cheque to day, the bank would be closed before he could get there. Watching his expression, the little girls cried out at once: "Hurrah! Now you'll have to stay!" Ashurst did not answer. He was seeing again Megan's face, when at breakfast time he had whispered: "I'm going to Torquay, darling, to get everything. I shall be back this evening. If it's fine, we can go to night. Be ready." He was seeing again how she quivered and hung on his words. What would she think? Then he pulled himself together, conscious suddenly of the calm scrutiny of this other young girl, so tall and fair and Diana like, at the edge of the pool, of her wondering blue eyes under those brows which slanted up a little. If they knew what was in his mind, if they knew that this very night he had meant well, there would be a little sound of disgust, and he would be alone in the cave. And with a curious mixture of anger, chagrin, and shame, he put his watch back into his pocket and said abruptly: "Oh, yes, I'm dished for to day. Hurrah! Now you can bathe with us." It was impossible not to succumb a little to the contentment of those pretty children, to the smile on Stella's lips, to Halliday's "Ripping, old chap! I can lend you things for the night." But again a spasm of longing and remorse throbbed through Ashurst, and he said moodily: "I must send a wire." The attractions of the pool palling, they went back to the hotel. Ashurst sent his wire, addressing it to Mrs. Narracombe: "Sorry, detained for the night, back to morrow." Surely Megan would understand that he had too much to do, and his heart grew lighter. It was a lovely afternoon, warm, the sea calm and blue, and swimming his great passion. The favour of these pretty children flattered him, the pleasure of looking at them, at Stella, at Halliday's sunny face; the slight unreality, yet extreme naturalness of it all, as of a last peep at normality before he took this plunge with Megan. He got his borrowed bathing dress, and they all set forth. Halliday and he undressed behind one rock, the 3 girls behind another. He was first into the sea, and at once swam out with the bravado of justifying his self given reputation. When he turned he could see Halliday swimming along shore, and the girls flopping and dipping and riding the little waves, in the way he was accustomed to despise, but now thought pretty and sensible, since it gave him the distinction of the only deep water fish. But drawing near, he wondered if they would like him, a stranger, to come into their splashing group. He felt shy, approaching that slim nymph. Then Sabina summoned him to teach her to float, and between them the little girls kept him so busy that he had no time even to notice whether Stella was accustomed to his presence, till suddenly he heard a startled sound from her. She was standing submerged to the waist, leaning a little forward, her slim white arms stretched out, and pointing, her wet face puckered by the sun and an expression of fear. "Look at Phil! Is he all right? Oh, look!" Ashurst saw at once that Phil was not all right. He was splashing and struggling out of his depth, perhaps 100 yards away. Suddenly he gave a cry, threw up his arms, and went down. Ashurst saw the girl launch herself towards him and crying out: "Go back, Stella, go back!" and he dashed out. He had never swum so fast, and reached Halliday just as he was coming up a second time. It was a case of cramp, but to get him in was not difficult, for he did not struggle. The girl, who had stopped where Ashurst told her to, helped as soon as he was in his depth, and once on the beach they sat down one on each side of him to rub his limbs, while the little ones stood by with scared faces. Halliday was soon smiling. It was, he said, rotten of him, absolutely rotten. If Frank would give him an arm, he could get to his clothes all right now. Ashurst gave him the arm, and as he did so caught sight of Stella's face, wet and flushed and tearful, all broken up out of its calm, and he thought: 'I called her Stella. Wonder if she minded?' While they were dressing, Halliday said quietly: "You saved my life, old chap." "Rot!" Clothed, but not quite in their right minds, they went up all together to the hotel and sat down to tea, except Halliday, who was lying down in his room. After some slices of bread and jam, Sabina said: "I say, you are a brick!" And Freda chimed in: "Rather!" Ashurst saw Stella looking down. He got up in confusion and went to the window. From there he heard Sabina mutter: "I say, let's swear blood bond. Where's your knife, Freda?" And out of the corner of his eye could see each of them solemnly prick herself, squeeze out a drop of blood, and dabble a bit of paper. He turned and made for the door. "Don't be a stoat! Come back!" His arms were seized. Imprisoned between the little girls, he was brought back to the table. On it lay a piece of paper with an effigy drawn in blood, and the three names: Stella Halliday, Sabina Halliday, Freda Halliday, also in blood, running towards it like the rays of a star. Sabina said: "That's you. We shall have to kiss you, you know." And Freda echoed: "Oh, blow yes!" Before Ashurst could escape, some wettish hair dangled against his face, something like a bite descended on his nose, he felt his left arm pinched, and other teeth softly searching his cheek. Then he was released, and Freda said: "Now, Stella." Ashurst, red and rigid, looked across the table at a red and rigid Stella. Sabina giggled. Freda cried: "Buck up! It spoils everything." A queer, ashamed eagerness shot through Ashurst. Then he said quietly: "Oh, shut up, you little demons!" Again Sabina giggled. "Well, then, she can kiss her hand, and you can put it against your nose. It is on one side." To his amazement, the girl did kiss her hand and stretch it out. Solemnly he took that cool, slim hand and laid it to his cheek. The two little girls broke into clapping, and Freda said: "Now, then, we shall have to save your life at any time. That's settled. Can I have another cup, Stella? Not so beastly weak." Tea was resumed, and Ashurst, folding up the paper, put it in his pocket. The talk turned on the advantages of measles, tangerine oranges, honey in a spoon, no lessons, and so forth. Ashurst listened, silent, exchanging friendly looks with Stella, whose face was again of its normal sun touched pink and white. It was soothing to be so taken to the heart of this jolly family, fascinating to watch their faces. And after tea, while the two girls pressed seaward, he talked to Stella in the window seat, and looked at her water colour sketches. The whole thing was like a pleasurable dream, time and incident hung up, importance and reality suspended. To morrow he would go back to Megan, with nothing of all this left save the paper with the blood of these children in his pocket. Children! Stella was not quite that as old as Megan. Her talk, quick, rather hard and shy, yet friendly, seemed to flourish on his silences, and about her there was something cool and virginal, a maiden in a bower. At dinner, to which Halliday, who had swallowed too much sea water, did not come, Sabina said: "I'm going to call you Frank." Freda echoed: "Frank, Frank, Franky!" Ashurst grinned and bowed. "Every time Stella calls you Mr. Ashurst she's got to pay a forfeit. It's ridiculous." Ashurst looked at Stella, who grew slowly red. Sabina giggled. Freda cried: "She's smoking! Smoking! Yay!" Ashurst reached out to right and left, and grasped some fair hair in each hand. "Look here," he said, "you two. Leave Stella alone, or I'll tie you together." Freda gurgled. "Ouch! You are a beast!" Sabina murmured cautiously: "You call her Stella, you see." "Why shouldn't I? It's a jolly name." "All right. We give you leave to." Ashurst released the hair. Stella! What would she call him, after this? But she called him nothing, till at bedtime he said deliberately: "Good night, Stella." "Good night, Mr. Good night, Frank. It was jolly of you, you know." "Oh, that! Bosh!" Her quick, straight handshake tightened suddenly, and as suddenly became slack. Ashurst stood motionless in the empty sitting room. Only last night, under the apple tree and the living blossom, he had held Megan to him, kissing her eyes and lips. And he gasped, swept by that rush of remembrance. To night it should have begun his life with her who only wanted to be with him. And now 24 hours and more must pass because of not looking at his watch. Why had he made friends with this family of innocence, just when he was saying good bye to innocence and all the rest of it? "But I mean to marry her," he thought. "I told her so." He took a candle, lighted it, and went to his bedroom, which was next to Halliday's. His friend's voice called, as he was passing: "Is that you, old chap? I say, come in." He was sitting up in bed, smoking a pipe and reading. "Sit down a bit." Ashurst sat down by the open window. "I've been thinking about this afternoon, you know," said Halliday rather suddenly. "They say you go through all your past. I didn't. I suppose I wasn't far enough gone." "What did you think of?" Halliday was silent for a little, then said quietly: "Well, I did think of one thing rather odd of a girl at Cambridge that I might have you know. I was glad I hadn't got her on my mind. Anyhow, old chap, I owe it to you that I'm here. I should have been in the big dark by now. No more bed, or baccy, no more anything. I say, what do you suppose happens to us?" Ashurst murmured: "Go out like flames, I expect." "Phew! We may flicker, and cling about a bit, perhaps." "I think that's rather gloomy. I say, I hope my young sisters have been decent to you. Awfully decent." Halliday took his pipe down, crossed his hands behind his neck, and turned his face towards the window. "They're not bad kids," he said. Watching his friend lying there, with that smile, and the candle light on his face, Ashurst shuddered. Quite true. He might have been lying there, with no smile, with all that sunny look gone out for ever. He might not have been lying there at all, but sanded at the bottom of the sea, waiting for resurrection on the 9th day, was it? And that smile of Halliday's seemed to him suddenly something wonderful, as if in it were all the difference between life and death, the little flame, the all. He got up and said softly: "Well, you ought to sleep, I expect. Shall I blow out?" Halliday caught his hand. "I can't say it, you know, but it must be rotten to be dead. Good night, old boy." Stirred and moved, Ashurst squeezed the hand and went downstairs. The hall door was still open, and he passed out on to the lawn before the crescent. The stars were bright in a very dark blue sky, and by their light some lilacs had that mysterious colour of flowers by night which no one can describe. Ashurst pressed his face against a spray, and before his closed eyes Megan started up, with the tiny brown spaniel pup against her breast. "I thought of a girl that I might have you know. I was glad I hadn't got her on my mind." He jerked his head away from the lilac and began pacing up and down over the grass, a grey phantom coming to substance, for a moment, in the light from the lamp at either end. He was with her again under the living, breathing whiteness of the blossom, the stream chattering by, the moon glinting steel blue on the bathing pool. Back in the rapture of his kisses on her upturned face of innocence and humble passion, back in the suspense and beauty of that pagan night. He stood still once more in the shadow of the lilacs. Here the sea, not the stream, was Night's voice; the sea with its sigh and rustle; no little bird, no owl, no night jar calling or spun; but a piano tinkled, and the white houses cut the sky with solid curve, and the scent from the lilacs filled the air. A window of the hotel, high up, was lighted. He saw a shadow move across the blind, and most queer sensations stirred within him, a sort of churning and twining and turning of a single emotion on itself, as though spring and love, bewildered and confused, seeking the way, were baffled. This girl, who had called him Frank, whose hand had given his that sudden little clutch, this girl so cool and pure, what would she think of such wild, unlawful loving? He sank down on the grass, sitting there cross legged, with his back to the house, motionless as some carved Buddha. Was he really going to break through innocence and steal? Sniff the scent out of a wild flower and perhaps throw it away? "Of a girl at Cambridge that I might have you know." He put his hands to the grass, one on each side, palms downwards, and pressed. It was just warm still, the grass, barely moist, soft and firm and friendly. "What am I going to do?" he thought. Perhaps Megan was at her window, looking out at the blossom, thinking of him. Poor little Megan! "Why not?" he thought. "I love her. But do I really love her, or do I only want her because she is so pretty and loves me? What am I going to do?" The piano tinkled on, the stars winked, and Ashurst gazed out before him at the dark sea as if spellbound. He got up at last, cramped and rather chilly; there was no longer light in any window, and he went in to bed. Out of a deep and dreamless sleep he was awakened by the sound of thumping on the door. A shrill voice called: "Hey! Breakfast ready!" He jumped up. Where was he? Ah! He found them already eating marmalade, and sat down in the empty place between Stella and Sabina, who, after watching him a little, said: "I say, do buck up. We're going to start at 9:30. We're going to Berryhead, old chap. You must come." Ashurst thought: 'Come? Impossible! I shall be getting things and going back.' He looked at Stella, and she said quickly: "Do come!" Sabina chimed in: "It'll be no fun without you." Freda got up and stood behind his chair. "You've got to come, or else I'll pull your hair." Ashurst thought: 'Well, one day more to think it over one day more.' And he said: "All right. You needn't tweak my mane." "Hurrah!" At the station he wrote a second telegram to the farm, and then tore it up. He could not have explained why. From Brixham they drove in a very little wagonette. There, squeezed between Sabina and Freda, with his knees touching Stella's, they played "Up, Jenkins," and the gloom he was feeling gave way to frolic. In this one day more to think it over, he did not want to think. They ran races, wrestled, paddled; for to day nobody wanted to bathe. They sang catches, played games, and ate all they brought. The little girls fell asleep against him on the way back, and his knees still touched Stella's in the narrow wagonette. It seemed incredible that 30 hours ago he had never set eyes on any of those three flaxen heads. In the train he talked to Stella of poetry, discovering her favourites, and telling her his own with a pleasing sense of superiority, till suddenly she said, rather low: "Phil says you don't believe in a future life, Frank. I think that's dreadful." Disconcerted, Ashurst muttered: "I don't either believe or not believe. I simply don't know." She said quickly: "I couldn't bear that. What would be the use of living?" Watching the frown of those pretty oblique brows, Ashurst answered: "I don't believe in believing things because one wants to." "But why should one wish to live again, if one isn't going to?" And she looked full at him. He did not want to hurt her, but an itch to dominate pushed him on to say: "While one's alive, one naturally wants to go on living for ever. That's part of being alive. But it probably isn't anything more." "Don't you believe in the Bible at all, then?" Ashurst thought: 'Now I shall really hurt her. "I believe in the Sermon on the Mount, because it's beautiful and good for all time." "But don't you believe Christ was divine?" He shook his head. She turned her face quickly to the window, and there sprang into his mind Megan's prayer, repeated by little Nick: "God bless us all, and Mr. Ashes." Who else would ever say a prayer for him like her who at this moment must be waiting to see him come down the lane? And he thought suddenly: 'What a scoundrel I am!' All that evening this thought kept coming back, but, as is not unusual, each time with less poignancy, till it seemed almost a matter of course to be a scoundrel. And, strange, he did not know whether he was a scoundrel if he meant to go back to Megan, or if he did not mean to go back to her. They played cards till the children were sent off to bed; then Stella went to the piano. From over on the window seat, where it was nearly dark, Ashurst watched her between the candles, that fair head on the long white neck, bending to the movement of her hands. She played fluently, without much expression, but what a picture she made, the faint golden radiance, a sort of angelic atmosphere hovering about her. Who could have passionate thoughts or wild desires in the presence of that swaying white clothed girl with the seraphic head? She played a thing of Schumann's called Warum. Then Halliday brought out a flute, and the spell was broken. After this they made Ashurst sing, Stella playing him accompaniments from a book of Schumann songs, till in the middle of Ich grolle nicht two small figures clad in blue dressing gowns crept in and tried to conceal themselves beneath the piano. The evening broke up in confusion, and what Sabina called "a splendid rag." That night Ashurst hardly slept at all. He was thinking, tossing and turning. The intense domestic intimacy of these last 2 days, the strength of this Halliday atmosphere, seemed to ring him round, and make the farm and Megan, even Megan, seem unreal. Had he really made love to her, really promised to take her away to live with him? He must have been bewitched by the spring, the night, the apple blossom. This May madness could but destroy them both. The notion that he was going to make her his mistress, that simple child not yet 18, now filled him with a sort of horror, even while it still stung and whipped his blood. He muttered to himself: "It's awful what I've done awful!" And the sound of Schumann's music throbbed and mingled with his fevered thoughts, and he saw again Stella's cool, white, fair haired figure and bending neck, the queer, angelic radiance about her. "I must have been I must be mad," he thought. "What came into me? Poor little Megan! God bless us all, and Mr. Ashes. I want to be with you, only to be with you." And burying his face in his pillow, he smothered down a fit of sobbing. Not to go back was awful; to go back more awful still. Emotion, when you are young, and give real vent to it, loses its power of torture; and he fell asleep thinking: what was it? A few kisses all forgotten in a month! Next morning he got his cheque cashed, but avoided the shop of the dove grey dress like the plague, and instead bought himself some necessaries. He spent the whole day in a queer mood, cherishing a kind of sullenness against himself. Instead of the hankering of the last 2 days, he felt nothing but a blank, all passionate longing gone, as if quenched in that outburst of tears. After tea, Stella put a book down beside him and said shyly: "Have you read that, Frank?" It was Farrar's "Life of Christ." Ashurst smiled. Her anxiety about his belief seemed to him comic, but touching; infectious too, perhaps, for he began to have an itch to justify himself, if not to convert her; and in the evening, when the children and Halliday were mending their shrimping nets, he said: "At the back of orthodox religion, so far as I can see, there's always the idea of reward, what you can get for being good, a kind of begging for favours. I think it all starts in fear." She was sitting on the sofa making reefer knots with a bit of string. She looked up quickly. "I think it's much deeper than that." Ashurst felt again that wish to dominate. "You think so?" he said. "But wanting the quid pro quo is about the deepest thing in all of us. It's jolly hard to get to the bottom of it." She wrinkled her brows in a puzzled frown. "I don't think I understand." He went on obstinately: "Well, think, and see if the most religious people aren't those who feel that this life doesn't give them all they want. I believe in being good because to be good is good in itself." "Then you do believe in being good?" How pretty she looked now! It was easy to be good with her. And he nodded and said: "I say, show me how to make that knot." With her fingers touching his, in manoeuvring the bit of string, he felt soothed and happy. And when he went to bed he wilfully kept his thoughts on her, wrapping himself in her fair, cool, sisterly radiance, as in some garment of protection. Next day he found they had arranged to go by train to Totnes and picnic at Berry Pomeroy Castle. Still in that resolute oblivion of the past, he took his place with them in the landau beside Halliday, back to the horses; and then along the sea front, nearly at the turning to the railway station, his heart almost leaped into his mouth. Megan! Megan herself was walking on the far pathway, in her old skirt and jacket and her tam o' shanter, looking up into the faces of the passers by. Instinctively he threw his hand up for cover, then made a feint of clearing dust out of his eyes; but between his fingers he could see her still, moving, not with her free country step, but wavering, lost looking, pitiful, like some little dog that has missed its master and does not know whether to run on, to run back, where to run. How had she come like this? What excuse had she found to get away? What did she hope for? But with every turn of the wheels bearing him away from her, his heart revolted and cried to him to stop them, to get out, and to go to her. When the landau turned the corner to the station he could stand it no more, and opening the carriage door muttered: "I've forgotten something. Go on, don't wait for me. I'll join you at the castle by the next train." He jumped, stumbled, spun round, recovered his balance, and walked forward, while the carriage with the astonished Hallidays rolled on. From the corner he could only just see Megan, a long way ahead now. He ran a few steps, checked himself, and dropped into a walk. With each step nearer to her, further from the Hallidays, he walked more and more slowly. How did it alter anything, this sight of her? How make the going to her, and that which must come of it, less ugly? For there was no hiding it, since he had met the Hallidays he had become gradually sure that he would not marry Megan. It would only be a wild love time, a troubled, remorseful, difficult time, and then well, then he would get tired, just because she gave him everything, was so simple and so trustful, so dewy; and dew wears off. The little spot of faded colour, her tam o' shanter cap, wavered on far in front of him. She was looking up into every face, and at the house windows. Had any man ever such a cruel moment to go through? Whatever he did, he felt he would be a beast; and he uttered a groan, which made a nursemaid turn and stare. He saw Megan stop and lean against the sea wall, looking at the sea, and he too stopped. Quite likely she had never seen the sea before, and even in her distress could not resist that sight. Yes, she's seen nothing, he thought; everything's before her, and just for a few weeks' passion I shall be cutting her life to ribbons. I'd better go and hang myself rather than do that. And suddenly he seemed to see Stella's calm eyes looking into his, the wave of fluffy hair on her forehead stirred by the wind. Ah! It would be madness, would mean giving up all that he respected, and his own self respect. He turned and walked quickly back towards the station; but memory of that poor bewildered little figure, those anxious eyes searching the passers by, smote him too hard again, and once more he turned towards the sea. The cap was no longer visible; that little spot of colour had vanished in the stream of the noon promenaders. And impelled by the passion of longing, the dearth which comes on one when life seems to be whirling something out of reach, he hurried forward. She was nowhere to be seen. For half an hour he looked for her, then on the beach flung himself face downward in the sand. To find her again he knew he had only to go to the station and wait till she returned from her fruitless quest, to take her train home; or to take train himself and go back to the farm, so that she found him there when she returned. But he lay inert in the sand, among the indifferent groups of children with their spades and buckets. Pity at her little figure wandering, seeking, was well nigh merged in the spring running of his blood; for it was all wild feeling now, the chivalrous part, what there had been of it, was gone. He wanted her again, wanted her kisses, her soft little body, her abandonment, all her quick warm pagan emotion, wanted the wonderful feeling of that night under the moonlit apple boughs, wanted it all with a horrible intensity, as the faun wants the nymph. the quick chatter of the little bright trout stream, the dazzle of the buttercups, the rocks of the old wild men, the calling of the cuckoos and yaffles, the hooting of the owls, and the red moon peeping out of the velvet dark at the living whiteness of the blossom, and her face just out of reach at the window, lost in its love look, and her heart against his, her lips answering his, under the apple tree all this besieged him. Yet he lay inert. What was it which struggled against pity and this feverish longing, and kept him there paralysed in the warm sand? Three flaxen heads, a fair face with friendly blue grey eyes, a slim hand pressing his, a quick voice speaking his name. "So you believe in being good?" Yes, and a sort of atmosphere as of some old walled in English garden, with pinks and cornflowers and roses, and scents of lavender and lilacool, and fair, untouched, almost holy; all that he had been brought up to feel was clean and good. And suddenly he thought: 'She might come along the front again and see me!' And he got up and made his way to the rock at the far end of the beach. There, with the spray biting into his face, he could think more coolly. To go back to the farm and love Megan out in the woods, among the rocks, with everything around wild and fitting that, he knew, was impossible, utterly. To transplant her to a great town, to keep in some little flat or rooms one who belonged so wholly to nature the poet in him shrank from it. His passion would be a mere sensuous revel, soon gone. In London, her very simplicity, her lack of all intellectual quality, would make her his secret plaything, nothing else. The longer he sat on the rock, with his feet dangling over a greenish pool from which the sea was ebbing, the more clearly he saw this. But it was as if her arms and all of her were slipping slowly, slowly down from him into the pool, to be carried away to the sea; and her face looking up, her lost face with beseeching eyes and dark wet hair, possessed, haunted, tortured him. He got up at last, scaled the low rock cliff, and made his way down into a sheltered cove. Perhaps in the sea he could get back his control, and lose this fever. And stripping off his clothes, he swam out. He wanted to tire himself so that nothing mattered, and swam recklessly, fast and far. Then, suddenly, for no reason, felt afraid. Suppose he could not reach shore again; suppose the current set him out, or he got a cramp, like Halliday. He turned to swim in. The red cliffs looked a long way off. If he were drowned, they would find his clothes. The Hallidays would know, but Megan perhaps never. They took no newspaper at the farm. And Phil Halliday's words came back to him again: "A girl at Cambridge, I might have glad I haven't got her on my mind." And in that moment of unreasoning fear he vowed he would not have her on his mind. Then his fear left him; he swam in easily enough, dried himself in the sun, and put on his clothes. His heart felt sore, but no longer ached; his body cool and refreshed. When one is as young as Ashurst, pity is not a violent emotion. And back in the Halliday sitting room, eating a ravenous tea, he felt much like a man recovered from fever. Everything seemed new and clear; the tea, the buttered toast and jam tasted absurdly good; tobacco had never smelt so nice. And walking up and down the empty room, he stopped here and there to touch or look. He took up Stella's work basket, fingered the cotton reels and a gaily coloured plait of sewing silks. smelt at the little bag filled with woodroffe she kept among them. He sat down at the piano, playing tunes with one finger, thinking: 'To night she'll play. I shall watch her while she's playing. It does me good to watch her.' He took up the book, which still lay where she had placed it beside him, and tried to read. But Megan's little sad figure began to come back at once, and he got up and leaned in the window, listening to the thrushes in the Crescent Gardens, gazing at the sea, dreamy and blue below the trees. A servant came in and cleared the tea away, and he still stood, inhaling the evening air, trying not to think. Then he saw the Hallidays coming through the gate of the Crescent; Stella a little in front of Phil, and the children with their baskets, and instinctively he drew back. His heart, too sore and discomfited, shrank from this encounter, yet wanted its friendly solace; bore a grudge against this influence, yet craved its cool innocence and the pleasure of watching Stella's face. From against the wall behind the piano he saw her come in, and stand looking a little blank as though disappointed. Then she saw him and smiled, a swift brilliant smile, which warmed yet irritated Ashurst. "You never came after us, Frank." "No, I found I couldn't." "Look, we picked such lovely late violets." She held out a bunch. Ashurst put his nose to them, and there stirred within him vague longings, chilled instantly by a vision of Megan's anxious face lifted to the faces of the passers by. He said shortly: "How jolly!" and turned away. He went up to his room, and avoiding the children who were coming up the stairs, threw himself on his bed and lay there with his arms crossed over his face. Now that he felt the die really cast, and Megan given up, he hated himself, and almost hated the Hallidays and their atmosphere of healthy, happy English homes. Why should they have chanced here to drive away first love, to show him that he was going to be no better than a common seducer? What right had Stella, with her fair, shy beauty, to make him know for certain that he would never marry Megan, and, tarnishing it all, bring him such bitterness of regretful longing, and such pity? Megan would be back by now, worn out by her miserable seeking, poor little thing, expecting, perhaps, to find him there when she reached home. Ashurst bit at his sleeve to stifle a groan of remorseful longing. He went to dinner glum and silent, and his mood threw a dinge even over the children. It was a melancholy, rather ill tempered evening, for they were all tired. Several times he caught Stella looking at him with a hurt, puzzled expression, and this pleased his evil mood. He slept miserably, got up quite early, and wandered out. He went down to the beach. Alone there with the serene, the blue, the sunlit sea, his heart relaxed a little. Conceited fool, to think that Megan would take it so hard; in a week or two she would almost have forgotten. And he well, he would have the reward of virtue. A good young man! If Stella knew, she would give him her blessing for resisting that devil she believed in; and he uttered a hard laugh. But slowly the peace and beauty of sea and sky, the flight of the lonely sea gulls, made him feel ashamed. He bathed, and turned homewards. In the Crescent Gardens Stella herself was sitting on a camp stool sketching. He stole up close behind. How fair and pretty she was, bent diligently, holding up her brush, measuring, wrinkling her brows. He said gently: Sorry I was such a beast last night, Stella." She turned round, startled, flushed very pink, and said in her quick way: "It's all right. I knew there was something. Between friends it doesn't matter, does it?" Ashurst answered: "Between friends. And we aren't we?" She looked up at him and nodded vehemently, and her upper teeth gleamed again in that swift, brilliant smile. 3 days later he went back to London, travelling with the Hallidays. He had not written to the farm. What was there he could say? On the last day of April in the following year he and Stella were married. Such were Ashurst's memories, sitting against the wall among the gorse, on his silver wedding day. At this very spot, where he had laid out the lunch, Megan must have stood outlined against the sky when he had first caught sight of her. Of all queer coincidences! And there moved in him a longing to go down and see again the farm and the orchard and the meadow of the gipsy bogle. It would not take long; Stella would be an hour yet, perhaps. How well he remembered it all, the little crowning group of pine trees, the steep up grass hill behind. He paused at the farm gate. The low stone house, the yew tree porch, the flowering currants not changed a bit. Even the old green chair was out there on the grass under the window, where he had reached up to her that night to take the key. Then he turned down the lane, and stood leaning on the orchard gate, grey skeleton of a gate, as then. A black pig even was wandering in there among the trees. Was it true that 26 years had passed, or had he dreamed and wakened to find Megan waiting for him by the big apple tree? Unconsciously he put up his hand to his grizzled beard, and brought himself back to reality. Opening the gate, he made his way down through the docks and nettles till he came to the edge, and the old apple tree itself. Unchanged! A little more of the grey green lichen, a little dead branch or two, and for the rest it might have been only last night that he had embraced that mossy trunk after Megan's flight and inhaled its woody savour, while above his head the moonlight blossom had seemed to breathe and live. In that early spring a few buds were showing already, the blackbirds shouting their songs, a cuckoo calling, the sunlight bright and warm. Incredibly, the same, the chattering trout stream, the narrow pool he had lain in every morning, splashing the water over his flanks and chest; and out there in the wild meadow, the beech clump and the stone where the gipsy bogle was supposed to sit. And an ache for lost youth, a hankering, a sense of wasted love and sweetness gripped Ashurst by the throat. Surely on this earth of such wild beauty one was meant to hold rapture to one's heart, as this earth and sky held it. And yet one could not. He went to the edge of the stream, and looking down at the little pool, thought: 'Youth and spring what has become of them all, I wonder?' And then, in a sudden fear of having this memory jarred by human encounter, he went back to the lane, and pensively retraced his steps to the cross roads. Beside the car, an old grey bearded labourer was leaning on a stick, talking to the chauffeur. He broke off at once, as though guilty of disrespect, and touching his hat, prepared to limp on down the lane. Ashurst pointed to the narrow green mound. "Can you tell me what this is?" The old fellow stopped. On his face had come a look as though he were thinking: "You've come to the right shop, mister." "'Tis a grave," he said. "But why out here?" The old man smiled. "That's a tale, as you may say, and not the first time as I've a told it. There's plenty folks asks about that bit of turf. Maid's grave, us calls it, hereabouts." Ashurst held out his pouch. "Have a fill?" The old man touched his hat again, and slowly filled an old clay pipe. His eyes, looking upward out of a mass of wrinkles and hair, were still quite bright. "If yu don't mind, zur, I'd set down my leg's hurtin' a bit to day," and he sat down on the mound of turf. "There's always a flower on this grave, and 'tain't so very lonesome neither, brave not a lot of folks goes by now, in they new motor cars and things, not as 'twas in the old days. She've a got company up here. 'Twas a poor soul killed herself." "I see," said Ashurst. "Cross roads burial. I didn't know that custom was kept up." "Ah, but 'twas a main long time ago. Us had a parson as was very God fearin' then. Let me see, I've had my pension 6 year come Michaelmas, and I was hewer just on 50 when it happened. There's none livin' knows more about et than I du. She belonged close here, same farm as where I used to work along o' Mrs. Narracombe. 'Tis Nick Narracombe's now. I does a bit for 'em still, odd times." Ashurst, who was leaning against the gate, lighting his pipe, left his curved hands before his face for long after the flame of the match had gone out. "Yes," he said, and to himself his voice sounded hoarse and queer. "She was one in an 'undred, poor maid. I puts a flower 'ere every time I passes. Pretty maid and good maid she was, though they don't bury 'em up to the church, nor where she wanted to be buried neither." The old labourer paused and put his hairy twisted hand flat down on the turf beside the bluebells. "Yes?" said Ashurst. "In a manner of speakin'," the old man went on, "I think as 'twas a love story, though there's no one never knew for sartin. Yu can't tell what's in a maid's 'ead, but that's what I think about et." He drew his hand across the turf. "I was fond of that maid. Don't know as there was anyone as wasn't fond of her. But she was so lovin' hearted that's where 'twas, I think." He looked up, and Ashurst, whose lips were trembling in the cover of his beard, murmured again: "Yes?" "'Twas in the spring, 'bout now as I might be, or a little later, blossom time, and we had one o' they young college gentlemen staying in the farm. Nice feller, too, with 'is 'ead in the air. I liked 'e very well, and I never see nothin' between 'em, but to my thinkin' 'e turned the maid's fancy." The old man took the pipe out of his mouth, spat, and went on: "You see, 'e went away sudden one day, and never come back. They got 'is knapsack and bits of things down there still. That's what stuck in my mind, 'is never sending for 'em. 'Is name was Ashes, or something like that." "Yes?" said Ashurst once more. The old man licked his lips. "'Er said nothin', but from that day 'er went kind o' dazed lookin'. Didn't seem likely there at all. I never knew a human creature so changed in my life never. There was another young feller at the farm, Joe Biddeford 'is name were, as was properly sweet on her too. I guess he's used to plague her and with his attention. She got to look quite wild. I'd see her sometimes of an evenin', when I was bringin' up the calves. There she'd stand in the orchard under the big apple tree, lookin' straight before her. Well, I used to think, 'Dunno what's the matter with you, but you're lookin' pitiful, that you be.'" The old man relit his pipe and sucked at it reflectively. "Yes?" said Ashurst. "I remembers one day I said to her: 'What's the matter, Megan?' Her name was Megan David. She come from Wales, same as her aunt, old Mrs. Narracombe. 'You'm frettin' about somethin',' I says. 'No, Jim,' she says, 'I'm not frettin'.' 'Yes, you be,' I says. 'No,' she says, and two tears come rollin' down. 'You'm cryin', that's what then.' I says. She puts her hand over her heart. 'It hurts me,' she says, 'but 'twill soon be better,' she says. 'But if anything should happen to me, Jim, I wants to be buried under this here apple tree.' I laughed. 'What's going to happen to you?' I says. 'Don't be foolish.' 'No,' she says, 'I won't be foolish.' Well, I know what maids are, and I never thought no more about it, till 2 days later arter that, about 6 in the evenin', I was comin' up with the calves when I see somethin' dark lying in the stream, close to that big apple tree. I says to myself, 'Is that a pig? Funny place for a pig to get to.' And I goes up to it, and I see what it was." The old man stopped; his eyes, turned upward, had a bright suffering look. "'Twas the maid in a little narrer pool there that's made by the stoppin' of a rock, where I see the young gentlemen bathin' once or twice. 'Er was lyin' on 'er face in the water. There was a plant, goldie cups growin' out of the stone just above 'er head. And when I come to look at 'er face, 'twas lovely, beautiful, so calm's a baby, wonderful beautiful it was. When the doctor saw 'er, 'e said her couldn't 'a never done it in so little bit of water if 'er hadn't 'a been in an ecstasy. And judgin' from 'er face, that was just how she was. It made me cry, proper beautiful it was. 'Twas June then, but she'd 'a found a little bit of apple blossom left over somewhere, and stuck it in 'er hair. That's why I thinks 'er must 'a been in ecstasy to go on it gay like that. Why, there wasn't more than 1.5 foot of water. But I tell 'e one thing, that's metered 'arn't. I knew it and she knew it, and no one's persuade me as 'tesn't. I told 'em what she said to me about bein' buried under the apple tree, but I think that turned 'em, made it look too much as if she'd had it in 'er mind deliberate, and so they buried her up 'ere. Parson we had then was very particular, 'e was." Again the old man drew his hand over the turf. "'Tes wonderful, it seems," he added slowly, "what maids'll do for love. She 'ad a lovin' 'art. I guess 'twas broken. But us never knew nothin'." He looked up as if for approval of his story, but Ashurst had walked past him as if he were not there. Up on the top of the hill, beyond where he had spread the lunch over, out of sight, he lay down on his face. So had his virtue been rewarded, and the Cyprian goddess of love taken her revenge. And before his eyes, dim with tears, came Megan's face with the sprig of apple blossom in her dark wet hair. "What did I do that was wrong?" he thought. "What did I do?" But he could not answer. Spring, with its rush of passion, its flowers and song, the spring in his heart and Megan's. Was it just love seeking a victim? The Greek was right there, the words of Hippolytus as true to day: "For mad is the heart of love, and gold in the gleam of his wing, And all to the spell thereof bend when he makes his spring. All life that is wild and young in mountain and wave and stream, All that of earth is sprung, or breathes in the red sunbeam. Yea, and mankind, o'er all royal throne, Cyprian, Cyprian, is thine alone." The Greek was right. Megan, poor little Megan, coming over the hill; Megan under the old apple tree, waiting and looking; Megan dead, with beauty printed on her. A voice said: "Oh, there you are! Look!" Ashurst rose, took his wife's sketch, and stared at it in silence. "Is the foreground right, Frank?" "Yes." "But there's something wanting, isn't there?" Ashurst nodded. "Wanting the apple tree, the singing, and the gold." And solemnly he put his lips to her forehead. It was his silver wedding day. End of Part VII. End of Tale Number 3. Tale number 4 of 5 Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. Tale number 4, The Juryman. Part 1. From Tolstoy. Don't you see, brother, I was reading yesterday the Gospel about Christ, the little Father; how He suffered, how He walked on the earth. I suppose you have heard about it? Indeed I have, replied Stepanuich, but we are people in darkness. We can't read. Mr. Henry Bosengate, of the London Stock Exchange, seated himself in his car that morning during the Great War with a sense of injury. Major in a volunteer corps, member of all the local committees, lending this very car to the neighbouring hospital, at times even driving it himself for their benefit, subscribing to funds, so far as his diminished income permitted, he was conscious of being an asset to the country, and one whose time could not be wasted with impunity. To be summoned to sit on a jury at the local assizes, and not even the grand jury at that! It was in the nature of an outrage. Strong and upright, with hazel eyes and dark eyebrows, pinkish brown cheeks, a forehead white, well shaped, and getting high, with greyish hair glossy and well brushed, and a trim moustache, he might have been taken for that colonel of volunteers, which indeed he was in a fair way of becoming. His wife had followed him out under the porch, and stood bracing her supple body clothed in lilac linen. Red rambler roses formed a sort of crown to her dark head. Her ivory coloured face had in it just a suggestion of the Japanese. Mr. Bosengate spoke through the whir of the engine. "I don't expect to be late, dear. This business is ridiculous. There oughtn't to be any crime in these days." His wife, her name was Kathleen, smiled. She looked very pretty and cool, Mr. Bosengate thought. To him, bound on this dull and stuffy business, everything he owned seemed pleasant: the geranium beds beside the gravel drive, his long red brick house mellowing decorously in its creepers and ivy, the little clock tower over stables now converted to a garage, the Dovecot, masking at the other end the conservatory, which adjoined the billiard room. Close to the red brick lodge, his 2 children, Kate and Harry, ran out from under the acacia trees and waved to him, scrambling bare-legged on the low red ivy coloured wall which guarded his domain of 11 acres. Mr. Bosengate waved back, thinking: 'Jolly couple! By Jove, they are!' Above their heads, through the trees, he could see right away to some downs, faint in the July heat haze; and he thought: 'Pretty a spot as one could have got, so close to town.' Despite the war, he had enjoyed these last 2 years more than any of the 10 since he built Charmleigh, and settled down to semi rural domesticity with his young wife. There had been a certain piquancy, a savour added to existence by the country's peril, and all the public service and sacrifice it demanded. His chauffeur was gone, and one gardener did the work of 3. He enjoyed, positively enjoyed, his committee work; even the serious decline of business and increase of taxation had not much worried one continually conscious of the national crisis and his own part therein. The country had wanted waking up, wanted a lesson in effort and economy; and the feeling that he had not spared himself in these strenuous times had given a zest to those quiet pleasures of bed and board which, at his age, even the most patriotic could retain with a good conscience. He had denied himself many things: new clothes, presents for Kathleen and the children, travel, and that pineapple house which he had been on the point of building when the war broke out. New wine, too, and cigars, and membership of the two clubs which he had never used in the old days. The hours had seemed fuller and longer, sleep better earned. Wonderful the things one could do without, when put to it. He turned the car into the high road, driving dreamily, for he was in plenty of time. The war was going pretty well now. He was no fool optimist, but now that conscription was in force, one might reasonably hope for its end within a year. Then there would be a boom, and one might let oneself go a little. Visions of theatres, and supper with his wife at the Savoy afterwards, and cosy night drives back into the sweet smelling country behind your own chauffeur once more, teased a fancy which even now did not soar beyond the confines of domestic pleasures. He pictured his wife in new dresses by Jay. She was 15 years younger than himself, and paid for dressing, as they said. He had always delighted, as men older than their wives will, in the admiration she excited from others not privileged to enjoy her charms. Her rather queer and ironical beauty, her cool, irreproachable wifeliness, was a constant balm to him. They would have dinner parties again, have their friends down from town, and he would once more enjoy sitting at the foot of the dinner table while Kathleen sat at the head, with the light soft on her ivory shoulders, behind flowers she had arranged in that original way of hers, and fruit which he had grown in his hothouses. Once more he would take legitimate interest in the wine he offered to his guests; once more stock that Chinese cabinet wherein he kept cigars. Yes, there was a certain satisfaction in these days of privation, if only from the anticipation they created. The sprinkling of villas had become continuous on either side of the high road, and women going out to shop, tradesmen's boys delivering victuals, young men in khaki, began to abound. Now and then a limping or bandaged form would pass, some bit of human wreckage, and Mr. Bosengate would think mechanically: 'Another of those poor devils. Wonder if we've had his case before us.' Running his car into the best hotel garage of the little town, he made his way leisurely over to the court. It stood back from the market place, and was already lapped by a sea of persons having, as in the outer ring at race meetings, an air of business at which one must not be caught out, together with a soaked or flushed appearance. Mr. Bosengate could not resist putting his handkerchief to his nose. He had carefully drenched it with lavender water, and to this fact owed, perhaps, his immunity from the post of foreman on the jury, for, say what you will about the English, they have a deep instinct for affairs. He found himself second in the front row of the jury box, and through the odour of sanitas gazed at the judge's face expressionless up there, for all the world like a bewigged bust. His fellows in the box had that appearance of falling between two classes characteristic of jurymen. Mr. Bosengate was not impressed. On one side of him the foreman sat, a prominent upholsterer, known in the town as Gentleman Fox. His dark and beautifully brushed and oiled hair and moustache, his radiant linen, gold watch and chain, the white piping to his waistcoat, and a habit of never saying "sir," had long marked him out from commoner men. He undertook to bury people too, to save them trouble, and was altogether superior. On the other side Mr. Bosengate had one of those men who, except when they sit on juries, are never seen without a little brown bag, and the appearance of having been interrupted in a drink. Pale and shiny, with large loose eyes shifting from side to side, he had an underdone voice and uneasy flabby hands. Mr. Bosengate disliked sitting next to him. Beyond this commercial traveller sat a dark, pale young man with spectacles; beyond him again a short old man with grey moustache, mutton chops, and innumerable wrinkles; and the front row was completed by a chemist. The three immediately behind Mr. Bosengate did not thoroughly master, but the three at the end of the second row he learned in their order of an oldish man in a grey suit, given to winking; an inanimate person with the mouth of a moustachioed codfish, over whose long bald crown three wisps of damp hair were carefully arranged; and a dried, dapperish, clean shorn man whose mouth seemed terrified lest it should be surprised without a smile. Their first and second verdicts were recorded without the necessity for withdrawal, and Mr. Bosengate was already sleepy when the third case was called. The sight of khaki revived his drooping attention. But what a weedy looking specimen! This prisoner had a truly nerveless, pitiable, dejected air. If he had ever had a military bearing it had shrunk into him during his confinement. His ill shaped brown tunic, whose little brass buttons seemed trying to keep smiling, struck Mr. Bosengate as ridiculously short, used though he was to such things. Absurd, he thought; lumbago, just where they ought to be covered. Then the officer and gentleman stirred in him, and he added to himself: "Still, there must be some distinction made." The little soldier's visage had once perhaps been tanned, but was now the colour of dark dough. His large brown eyes, with white showing below the iris as so often in the eyes of very nervous people, wandered from face to face, of judge, counsel, jury, and public. There were hollows in his cheeks, his dark hair looked damp; around his neck he wore a bandage. The commercial traveller on Mr. Bosengate's left turned and whispered: "Fellow to say, my hat, what a guy!" Mr. Bosengate pretended not to hear, he could not bear that fellow, and slowly wrote on a bit of paper: "Owen Lewis, Welsh." Well, he looked it; not at all an English face. Attempted suicide; not at all an English crime. Suicide implied surrender, a putting up of hands to fate, to say nothing of the religious aspect of the matter; and suicide in khaki seemed to Mr. Bosengate particularly abhorrent, like turning tail in face of the enemy; almost meriting the fate of a deserter. He looked at the prisoner, trying not to give way to this prejudice, and the prisoner seemed to look at him, though this perhaps was fancy. The counsel for the prosecution, a little alert, grey, decided man, above military age, began detailing the circumstances of the crime. Mr. Bosengate, though not particularly sensitive to atmosphere, could perceive a sort of current running through the court. It was as if jury and public were thinking rhythmically in obedience to the same unexpressed prejudice of which he himself was conscious. Even the Caesar like pale face up there, presiding, seemed in its ironic serenity responding to that current. "Gentlemen of the jury, before I call my evidence, I direct your attention to the bandage the accused is still wearing. He gave himself this wound with his army razor, adding, if I may say so, insult to the injury he was inflicting on his country. He pleads not guilty, and before the magistrates he said that absence from his wife was preying on his mind." The advocate's close lips widened. "Well, gentlemen, if such an excuse is to weigh with us in these days, I'm sure I don't know what's to happen to the Empire." "No, by George!" thought Mr. Bosengate. The evidence of the first witness, a room mate who had caught the prisoner's hand, and of the sergeant who had at once been summoned, was conclusive, and he began to cherish a hope that they would get through without withdrawing, and he would be home before 5. But then a hitch occurred. The regimental doctor failed to respond when his name was called, and the judge, having for the first time that day showed himself capable of human emotion, intimated that he would adjourn until the morrow. Mr. Bosengate received the announcement with equanimity. He would be home even earlier. And gathering up the sheets of paper he had scribbled on, he put them in his pocket and got up. The would be suicide was being taken out of the court, a shambling, drab figure with shoulders hunched. What good were men like that in these days? What good? The prisoner looked up. Mr. Bosengate encountered in full the gaze of those large brown eyes, with the white showing underneath. What a suffering, wretched, pitiful face! A man had no business to give you a look like that. The prisoner passed on down the stairs, and vanished. Mr. Bosengate went out and across the market place to the garage of the hotel where he had left his car. The sun shone fiercely, and he thought: 'I must do some watering in the garden.' He brought the car out, and was about to start the engine, when someone passing said: "Good evenin'. Seedy looking beggar, that last prisoner, ain't he? We don't want men of that stamp." It was his neighbour on the jury, the commercial traveller, in a straw hat, with a little brown bag already in his hand, and the froth of an interrupted drink on his moustache. Answering curtly, "Good evening," and thinking: "Nor of yours, my friend," Mr. Bosengate started the car with unnecessary clamour. But, as if brought back to life by the commercial traveller's remark, the prisoner's figure seemed to speed along too, turning up at Mr. Bosengate his pitifully unhappy eyes. Want of his wife! Queer excuse that, for trying to put it out of his power ever to see her again. Why, half a loaf, even a slice, was better than no bread. Not many of that neurotic type in the army, thank Heaven! The lugubrious figure vanished, and Mr. Bosengate pictured instead the form of his own wife bending over her Gloire de Dijon roses in the rosery, where she generally worked a little before tea now that they were short of gardeners. He saw her, as often he had seen her, raise herself and stand, head to one side, a gloved hand on her slender hip, gazing as if it were ironically from under drooped lids at buds which did not come out fast enough. And the word Céline, for he was something of a French scholar, shot through his mind. Kathleen, Céline. If he found her there when he got in, he would steal up on the grass and but what great care not to crease her dress or disturb her hair! If only she weren't quite so self-contained, he thought. It's like a cat you can't get near, not really near. The car returned faster than it had come down that morning, had already passed the outskirt villas, and was breasting the hill to where among fields and the old trees Charmleigh lay apart from commoner life. Turning into his drive, Mr. Bosengate thought with a certain surprise: "I wonder what she does think of. I wonder." He put his gloves and hat down in the outer hall, and went into the lavatory to dip his face in cool water and wash it with sweet smelling soap, delicious revenge on the unclean atmosphere in which he had been stewing so many hours. He came out again into the hall, dazed by soap and the mellowed light, and a voice from half way up the stairs said: "Daddy, look!" His little daughter was standing up there with one hand on the banisters. She scrambled on to them and came sliding down, her frock up to her eyes, and her holland knickers to her middle. Mr. Bosengate said mildly: "Well, that's elegant." "Tea's in the summer house. Mummy's waiting. Come on." With her hand in his, Mr. Bosengate went on, through the drawing room, long and cool, with sun blinds down; through the billiard room, high and cool; through the conservatory, green and sweet smelling, out on to the terrace and the upper lawn. He had never felt such sheer exhilarated joy in his home surroundings, so cool, glistening and green under the July sun; and he said: "Well, Kit, what have you been doing?" "I've fed my rabbits and Harry's, and we've been in the attic. Harry got his leg through the skylight." Mr. Bosengate drew in his breath with a hiss. "It's all right, Daddy. We got it out again. It's only grazed the skin, and we've been making swabs I think 17. Mummy made 33. And then she went to the hospital. Did you put many men in prison?" Mr. Bosengate cleared his throat. The question seemed to him untimely. "Only 2." "What's it like in prison, Daddy?" Mr. Bosengate, who had no more knowledge than his little daughter, replied in an absent voice: "Not very nice." They were passing under a young oak tree, where the path wound round to the rosery and summer house. Something shot down and clawed Mr. Bosengate's neck. His little daughter began to hop and suffocate with laughter. "Oh, Daddy, aren't you caught? I led you on purpose." Looking up, Mr. Bosengate saw his small son lying along a low branch above him, like the leopard he was declaring himself to be, for fear of error, and thought blithely: "What an active little chap it is!" "Let me drop on your shoulders, Daddy, like they do on the deer." "Oh, yes, Daddy, do be a dear." Mr. Bosengate did not see being a deer. His hair had just been brushed. But he entered the rosery buoyantly between his offspring. His wife was standing precisely as he had imagined her, in a pale blue frock open at the neck, with a narrow black band around the waist, and little accordion pleats below. She looked her coolest. Her smile, when she turned her head, hardly seemed to take Mr. Bosengate seriously enough. He placed his lips below one of her half drooped eyelids. She even smelled of roses. His children began to dance around their mother, and Mr. Bosengate, firmly held between them, was also compelled to do this, until she said: "When you've quite done, let's have tea." It was not the greeting he had imagined coming along in the car. Earwigs were plentiful in the summer house, used perhaps twice a year, but indispensable to every country residence; and Mr. Bosengate was not sorry for the excuse to get out again. Though all was so pleasant, he felt oddly restless, rather suffocated; and, lighting his pipe, began to move about among the roses, blowing tobacco at the green fly. In war time one was never quite idle. And suddenly he said: "We're trying a wretched Tommy at the Assizes." His wife looked up from a rose. "What for?" "Attempted suicide." "Why did he?" "Can't stand the separation from his wife." She looked at him, gave a low laugh, and said: "Oh, dear!" Mr. Bosengate was puzzled. Why did she laugh? He looked round, saw that the children were gone, took his pipe from his mouth, and approached her. "You look very pretty," he said. "Give me a kiss." His wife bent her body forward from the waist, and pushed her lips out till they touched his moustache. Mr. Bosengate felt a sensation as if he had arisen from breakfast without having eaten marmalade. He mastered it and said: "That jury are a rum lot." His wife's eyelids flickered. "I wish women sat on juries." "Why?" "It would be an experience." Not the first time she had used that curious expression. Yet her life was far from dull, so far as he could see, with the new interests created by the war, and the constant calls on her time made by the perfection of their home life. She had a useful and busy existence. Again the random thought passed through him: 'But she never tells me anything.' And suddenly that lugubrious khaki clad figure started up among the rose bushes. "We've got a lot to be thankful for," he said abruptly. "I must go to work." His wife raised one eyebrow, smiled "And I to weep!" Mr. Bosengate laughed she had a pretty wit and stroking his comely moustache where it had been kissed, he moved out into the sunshine. All the evening, throughout his labours not inconsiderable, for this jury business had put him behind time he was afflicted by that restless pleasure in his surroundings, would break off in mowing the lower lawn to look at the house through the trees, would leave his study and committee papers to cross into the drawing room and sniff its dainty fragrance, paid a special good night visit to the children having supper in the schoolroom, pottered in and out from his dressing room to admire his wife while she was changing for dinner, dined with his mind perpetually on the next course, talked volubly of the war, and in the billiard room afterwards, smoking the pipe which had taken the place of his cigar, could not keep still, but roamed about, now in the conservatory, now in the drawing room, where his wife and the governess were still making swabs. It seemed to him that he could not have enough of anything. About 11 o'clock he strolled out into the beautiful night, only just dark enough, under the new arrangement with time, and went down to the little round fountain below the terrace. His wife was playing the piano. Mr. Bosengate looked at the water and the flat dark water lily leaves which floated there; looked up at the house, where only narrow chinks of light showed, because of the lighting order. The dreamy music drifted out; there was a scent of heliotrope. He moved a few steps back, and sat in the children's swing under an old lime tree. Jolly, blissful, in the warm, bloomy dark. Of all hours of the day, this before going to bed was perhaps the pleasantest. He saw the light go up in his wife's bedroom, unscreened for a full minute, and thought: 'Aha! If I did my duty as a special, I would strafe her for that!' She came to the window, her figure lighted, hands up to the back of her head, so that her bare arms gleamed. Mr. Bosengate wafted her a kiss, knowing he could not be seen. 'Lucky chap!' he mused. 'She's a great joy.' Up went her arm, down came the blind, the house was dark again. He drew a long breath. 'Another 10 minutes,' he thought, 'then I'll go in and shut up. By Jove! The limes are beginning to smell already.' And, the better to take in that acme of his well being, he tilted the swing, lifted his feet from the ground, and swung himself toward the scented blossoms. He wanted to whelm his senses in their perfume, and closed his eyes. But, instead of the domestic vision he expected, the face of the little Welsh soldier, hare eyed, shadowy, pinched and dark and pitiful, started up with such disturbing vividness that he opened his eyes again at once. Curse! The fellow almost haunted one. Where would he be now, poor little devil? Lying in his cell thinking of his wife. Feeling suddenly morbid, Mr. Bosengate arrested the swing and stood up. Absurd! All his well being and mood of warm anticipation had deserted him. A damned world, he thought; such a lot of misery! Why should I have to sit in judgment on that poor beggar, and condemn him? He moved up on to the terrace, and walked briskly, to rid himself of this disturbance before going in. That commercial traveller chap, he thought, the rest of those fellows, they see nothing. And abruptly turning up the 3 stone steps, he entered the conservatory, locked it, passed into the billiard room, and drank his barley water. One of the pictures was hanging crooked. He went up to put it straight. Still life, grapes and apples and lobsters. They struck him as odd for the first time. Why lobsters? The whole picture seemed dead and oily. He turned off the light, and went upstairs, passing his wife's door, into his own room, and undressed. Clothed in his pyjamas, he opened the door between the rooms. By the light coming from his own, he could see her dark head on the pillow. Was she asleep? No, not asleep, certainly. The moment of fruition had come, the crowning of his pride and pleasure in his home. But he continued to stand there. He had suddenly no pride, no pleasure, no desire. Nothing but a sort of dull resentment against everything. He turned back, shut the door, and slipping between the heavy curtains and his open window, stood looking out at the night. Full of misery, he thought, full of damned misery. End of Part 1. Part 2 of Tale 4 of 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Wales. Filing into the jury box next morning, Mr. Bosengate collided slightly with a short juryman whose square figure and square head of stiff yellow-red hair he had only vaguely noticed the day before. The man looked angry, and Mr. Bosengate thought: an ill-bred dog, that. He sat down quickly, and to avoid further recognition of his fellows, gazed in front of him. His appearance on Saturdays was always military, by reason of the route march of his volunteer corps in the afternoon. Gentleman Fox, who belonged to the corps too, was also looking square, but that commercial traveller on his other side seemed more louche, and as if surprised in immorality than ever. Only the proximity of Gentleman Fox on the other side kept Mr. Bosengate from shrinking. Then he saw the prisoner being brought in, shadowy and dark behind the brightness of his buttons, and he experienced a sort of shock, this figure was so exactly that which had several times started up in his mind. Somehow he had expected a fresh sight of the fellow to dispel and disprove what had been haunting him, had expected to find him just an outside phenomenon, not, as it were, a part of his own life, and he gazed at the carven immobility of the judge's face, trying to steady himself, as a drunken man will by looking at a light. The regimental doctor, unabashed by the judge's comment on his absence the day before, gave his evidence like a man who had better things to do, and the case for the prosecution was forthwith rounded in by a little speech from counsel. The matter, he said, was clear as daylight. Those who wore His Majesty's uniform, charged with the responsibility and privilege of defending their country, were no more entitled to desert their regiments by taking their own lives than they were entitled to desert it in any other way. He asked for a conviction. Mr. Bosengate felt a sympathetic shuffle passing through all feet. The judge was speaking. "Prisoner, you can either go into the witness box and make your statement on oath, in which case you may be cross-examined on it, or you may make your statement there from the dock, in which case you will not be cross-examined. Which do you elect to do?" "From here, my lord." Seeing him now full face, and, as it might be, come to life in the effort to convey his feelings, Mr. Bosengate had suddenly a quite different impression of the fellow. It It was as if his khaki had fallen off, and he had stepped out of his own shadow, a live and quivering creature. His pinched, clean shaven face seemed to have an irregular, wilder, hairier look, his large, nervous brown eyes darkened and glowed. He jerked his shoulders, his arms, his whole body, like a man suddenly freed from cramp or a suit of armour. He spoke, too, in a quick, crisp, rather high voice, pinching his consonants a little, sharpening his vowels, like a true Welshman. "My lord and misters the jury," he said, "I was a hairdresser when the call came on me to join the army. I had a little home and a wife. I never thought what it would be like to be away from them, I surely never did. And I'm ashamed to be speaking it out like this how it can squeeze and squeeze a man, how it can prey on your mind, when you're nervous like I am. 'Tis not every one that cares for his home; there's lots of them never wants to see their wives again. But for me 'tis like being shut up in a cage, it is." Mr. Bosengate saw daylight between the skinny fingers of the man's hands thrown out with a jerk. "I cannot bear it shut up away from wife and home like what you are in the army. So when I took my razor that morning I was wild, and I wouldn't be here now but for that man catching my hand. There was no reason in it, I'm willing to confess that. It was foolish. But wait till you get feeling like what I was, and see how it draws you. Misters the jury, don't send me back to prison, it is worse still there. If you have wives you will know what it is like for lots of us. Only some is more nervous than others. I swear to you, sirs, I could not help it." Again the little man flung out his hand, his whole thin body shook, and Mr. Bosengate felt the same sensation as when he drove his car over a dog. "Misters the jury, I hope you may never in your lives feel as I've been feeling." The little man ceased, his eyes shrank back into their sockets, his figure back into its mask of shadowy brown and gleaming buttons, and Mr. Bosengate was conscious that the judge was making a series of remarks; and very soon, of being seated at a mahogany table in the jury's withdrawing room, hearing the voice of the man with hair like an Irish terrier's saying: "Didn't he talk through his hat, that little blighter?" Conscious, too, of the commercial traveller, still on his left, always on his left, mopping his brow and muttering: "Phew! It's hot in here to day," while an effluvium, as of an inside accustomed to whisky, came from him. Then the man with the underlip and the three plastered whips of hair said: "Don't know why we withdrew, Mr. Foreman." Mr. Bosengate looked around to where, at the head of the table, Gentleman Fox sat, in defensive gentility and the little white piping to his waistcoat, saying blandly: "I shall be happy to take the sense of the jury." There was a short silence; then the chemist murmured: "I should say he must have what they call claustrophobia." "Clauster fiddlesticks! The feller's a shirker, that's all. Missed his wife. Pretty excuse. Indecent, I call it." The speaker was the little wire haired man, and emotion, deep and angry, stirred in Mr. Bosengate. That ill bred little cur! He gripped the edge of the table with both hands. "I think it's damned natural," he muttered. But almost before the words had left his lips he felt dismay. What had he said, he, nearly a colonel of volunteers, endorsing such a want of patriotism? And hearing the commercial traveller murmuring: "'Ear, 'ear!" he reddened violently. The wire headed man said roughly: "There's too many of these blighted shirkers, and too much pampering of them." The turmoil in Mr. Bosengate increased. He remarked in an icy voice: "I agree to no verdict that'll send the man back to prison." At this a real tremor seemed to go round the table, as if they all saw themselves sitting there through lunch time. Then the large grey haired man, given to winking, said: "Oh, come, sir! After what the judge said? Come, sir! What do you say, Mr. Foreman?" Gentleman Fox, as who should say: "This is excellent value, but I don't want to press it on you," answered: "We are only concerned with the facts. Did he, or did he not, try to shorten his life?" "Of course he did. Said so himself." Mr. Bosengate heard the wire haired man snap out, and from the following murmur of assent he alone abstained. Guilty. Well, yes. There was no way out of admitting that, but his feelings revolted against handing that poor little beggar over to the tender mercy of his country's law. His whole soul rose in arms against agreeing with that ill bred little cur, and the rest of this job lot. He had an impulse to get up and walk out, saying: "Settle it your own way. Good morning." "It seems, sir," Gentleman Fox was saying, "that we're all agreed to guilty except yourself. If you will allow me, I don't see how you can go behind what the prisoner himself admitted." Thus brought up to the very guns, Mr. Bosengate, red in the face, thrust his hands deep into the side pockets of his tunic, and staring straight before him, said: "Very well. On condition we recommend him to mercy." "What do you say, gentlemen? Shall we recommend him to mercy?" "'Ear, 'ear!" burst from the commercial traveller, and from the chemist came the murmur: "No harm in that." "Well, I think there is. They shoot deserters at the front, and we let this fellow off. I'd hang the cur." Mr. Bosengate stared at that little wire haired brute. "Haven't you any feeling for others?" he wanted to say. "Can't you see that this poor devil suffers tortures?" But the sheer impossibility of doing this before 10 other men brought a slight sweat out on his face and hands, and in agitation he smote the table a blow with his fist. The effect was instantaneous. Everybody looked at the wire haired man as if saying: "Yes, you've gone a bit too far there." The little brute stood it for a moment, then muttered surlily: "Well, commend him to mercy if you like. I don't care." "That's right. They never pay any attention to it," said the grey haired man, winking heartily; and Mr. Bosengate filed back with the others into court. But when from the jury box his eyes fell once more on the hare eyed figure in the dock, he had his worst moment yet. Why should this poor wretch suffer so, for no fault, no fault, while he, and these others, and that snapping counsel, and the Caesar like judge up there, went off to their women and their homes, blithe as bees, and probably never thought of him again? And suddenly he was conscious of the judge's voice: "You will go back to your regiment, and endeavour to serve your country with better spirit. You may thank the jury that you are not sent to prison, and your good fortune that you were not at the front when you tried to commit this cowardly act. You are lucky to be alive." A policeman pulled the little soldier by the arm. His drab figure, with eyes fixed and lustreless, passed down and away. From his very soul Mr. Bosengate wanted to lean out and say: "Cheer up! Cheer up! I understand." It was nearly 10 o'clock that evening before he reached home, motoring back from the route march. His physical tiredness was abated, for he had partaken of a snack and a whisky and soda at the hotel; but mentally he was in a curious mood. His body felt appeased, his spirit hungry. To night he had a yearning, not for his wife's kisses, but for her understanding. He wanted to go to her and say: "I've learnt a lot to day, found out things I never thought of. Life's a wonderful thing, Kate; a thing one can't live all to oneself, a thing one shares with everybody, so that when another suffers, one suffers too. It's come to me that what one has doesn't matter a bit; it's what one does, and how one sympathises with other people. It came to me in the most extraordinary vivid way when I was on that jury, watching that poor little rat of a soldier in his trap. It's the first time I've ever felt the spirit of Christ, you know. It's a wonderful thing, Kate, wonderful. We haven't been close, really close, you and I, so that we each understand what the other is feeling. It's all in that, you know, understanding, sympathy. It's priceless. When I saw that poor little devil taken down and sent back to his regiment to begin his sorrows all over again, wanting his wife, thinking and thinking of her just as you know I would be thinking and wanting you, I felt what an awful outside sort of life we lead, never telling each other what we really think and feel, never being really close. I dare say that little chap and his wife keep nothing from each other, live each other's lives. That's what we ought to do. Let's get to feeling that what really matters is understanding and loving, and not only just saying it, as we all do, those fellows on the jury, and even that poor devil of a judge. What an awful life judging one's fellow creatures! When I left that poor little Tommy this morning, and ever since, I've longed to get back here quietly to you and tell you about it, and make a beginning. There's something wonderful in this, and I want you to feel it as I do, because you mean such a lot to me." This was what he wanted to say to his wife, not touching or kissing her, just looking into her eyes, watching them soften and glow as they surely must, and catching the infection of his new ardour. And he felt unsteady, fearfully unsteady with the desire to say it all as it should be said, swiftly, quietly, with the truth and fervour of his feeling. The hall was not lit up, for daylight still lingered under the new arrangement. He went towards the drawing room, but from the very door shied off to his study, and stood irresolute under the picture of a man catching a flea Dutch school which had come down to him from his father. The governess would be in there with his wife. He must wait. Essential to go straight to Kathleen and pour it all out, or he would never do it. He felt as nervous as an undergraduate going in for his viva voce. This thing was so big, so astoundingly and unexpectedly important. He was suddenly afraid of his wife, afraid of her coolness and her grace, and that something Japanese about her, of all those attributes he had been accustomed to admire most; afraid, as it were, of her attraction. He felt young to night, almost boyish. Would she see that he was not really 15 years older than herself, and she not really a part of his collection, of all the admirable appointments of his home, but a companion spirit to one who wanted a companion badly? In this agitation of his soul he could keep still no more than he could last night in the agitation of his senses, and he wandered into the dining room. A dainty supper was set out there, sandwiches and cake, whisky and the cigarettes, even an early peach. Mr. Bosengate looked at this peach with sorrow rather than disgust. The perfection of it was of a piece with all that had gone before this new and sudden feeling. Its delicious bloom seemed to heighten his perception of the hedge around him, that hedge of the things he so enjoyed, carefully planted and tended these many years. He passed it by uneaten, and went to the window. Out there all was darkening, the fountain, the lime tree, the flower beds, and the fields below, with the Jersey cows who would come to your call. Darkening slowly, losing form, blurring into soft blackness, vanishing, but there none the less, all there, the hedge of his possessions. He heard the door of the dining room open, the voices of his wife and the governess in the hall, going up to bed. If only they didn't look in here if only! The voices ceased. He was safe now; had but to follow in a few minutes, to make sure of Kathleen alone. He turned round, and stared down the length of the dark dining room, over the rosewood table, to where, in the mirror above the sideboard at the far end, his figure bathed, a stain, a mere blurred shadow. He made his way down to it along the table edge, and stood before himself as close as he could get. His throat and the roof of his mouth felt dry with nervousness. He put out his finger and touched his face in the glass. "You're an ass," he thought. "Pull yourself together, and get over it. She will see of course she will." He swallowed, smoothed his moustache, and walked out. Going up the stairs, his heart beat painfully; but he was in for it now, and marched straight into her room. Dressed only in a loose blue wrapper, she was brushing her dark hair before the glass. Mr. Bosengate went up to her and stood there silent, looking down. The words he had thought of were like a swarm of bees buzzing in his head, yet not one would fly from between his lips. His wife went on brushing her hair under the light which shone on her polished elbows. She looked up at him from beneath one lifted eyebrow. "Well, dear? Tired?" With a sort of vehemence the single word "No" passed out. A faint, a quizzical smile flitted over her face. She shrugged her shoulders ever so gently. That gesture he had seen it before, and in desperate desire to make her understand, he put his hand on her uplifted arm. "Kathleen, stop! Listen to me." His fingers tightened in his agitation and eagerness to make his great discovery known; but before he could get out a word he became conscious of that cool round arm, conscious of her eyes half closed, sliding round at him, of her half smiling lips, of her neck under the wrapper; and he stammered: "I want I must Kathleen, I " She lifted her shoulders again in that little shrug. "Yes, I know. All right." A wave of heat and shame, and of God knows what, came over Mr. Bosengate. He fell on his knees and pressed his forehead to her arm, and he was silent, more silent than the grave. Nothing came from him but two long sighs. Suddenly he felt her hand stroke his cheek, compassionately, it seemed to him. She made a little movement towards him, her lips met his, and he remembered nothing but that. In his own room, Mr. Bosengate sat at his wide open window smoking a cigarette. There was no light. Moths went past, the moon was creeping up. He sat very calm, puffing the smoke out into the night air. Curious thing, life! Curious world! Curious forces in it, making one do the opposite of what one wished. Always making one do the opposite, it seemed. The furtive light from that creeping moon was getting hold of things down there, stealing in among the boughs of the trees. There's something ironical, he thought, which walks about. Things don't come off as you think they will. I meant I tried, but one doesn't change like that all of a sudden, it seems. Fact is, life's too big a thing for one. All the same, I'm not the man I was yesterday not quite." He closed his eyes, and in one of those flashes of vision which come when the senses are at rest, he saw himself, as it were, far down below, down on the floor of a street narrow as a grave, high as a mountain, a deep, dark slit of a street, walking down there, a black midget of a fellow, among other black midgets, his wife, and the little soldier, the judge, and those jury chaps fantôches straight up on their tiny feet, wandering down there in that dark, infinitely tall and narrow street. Too much for one, he thought, too high for one, no getting on top of it. We've got to be kind, and help one another, and not expect too much, and not think too much. That's all. And squeezing out his cigarette, he took 6 deep breaths of the night air, and got into bed. End of Part 2. End of Tale Number 4. Tale Number 5 of 5 Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. Tale Number 5, Indian Summer of a Forsyte. Part 1. From William Shakespeare. And summer's lease hath all too short a date. In the last day of May, in the early 'nineties, about 6 o'clock of the evening, old Jolyon Forsyte sat under the oak tree below the terrace of his house at Robin Hill. He was waiting for the midges to bite him, before abandoning the glory of the afternoon. His thin brown hand, where blue veins stood out, held the end of a cigar in its tapering, long nailed fingers. A pointed, polished nail had survived with him from those earlier Victorian days when to touch nothing, even with the tips of the fingers, had been so distinguished. His domed forehead, great white moustache, lean cheeks, and long lean jaw were covered from the westering sunshine by an old brown Panama hat. His legs were crossed. In all his attitude was serenity and a kind of elegance, as of an old man who every morning put eau de Cologne upon his silk handkerchief. At his feet lay a woolly brown and white dog trying to be a Pomeranian, the dog Balthasar, between whom and old Jolyon primal aversion had changed into attachment with the years. Close to his chair was a swing, and on the swing was seated one of Holly's dolls, called Duffer Alice, with her body fallen over her legs, and her doleful nose buried in a black petticoat. She was never out of disgrace, so it did not matter to her how she sat. Below the oak tree, the lawn dipped down a bank, stretched to the fernery, and beyond that refinement became fields, dropping to the pond, the coppice, and the prospect fine, remarkable, at which Swithin Forsyte, from under this very tree, had stared 5 years ago, when he drove down with Irene to look at the house. Old Jolyon had heard of his brother's exploit, that drive which had become quite celebrated on Forsyte 'Change. Swithin! And the fellow had gone and died last November, at the age of only 79, renewing the doubt whether Forsytes could live for ever, which had first arisen when Aunt Ann passed away. Died, and left only Jolyon and James, Roger and Nicholas and Timothy, Julia, Hester, Susan. And old Jolyon thought: 85! I don't feel it, except when I get that pain." His memory went searching. He had not felt his age since he had bought his nephew Soames's ill starred house and settled into it here at Robin Hill over 3 years ago. It was as if he had been getting younger every spring, living in the country with his son and his grandchildren, June and the little ones of the second marriage, Jolly and Holly; living down here out of the racket of London and the cackle of Forsyte 'Change, free of his boards, in a delicious atmosphere of no work and all play, with plenty of occupation in the perfecting and mellowing of the house and its 20 acres, and in ministering to the whims of Holly and Jolly. All the knots and crankiness which had gathered in his heart during that long and tragic business of June, Soames, Irene his wife, and poor young Bosinney, had been smoothed out. Even June had thrown off her melancholy at last, witness this travel in Spain she was taking now with her father and her stepmother. Curiously perfect peace was left by their departure, blissful yet blank, because his son was not there. Joe was never anything but a comfort and a pleasure to him nowadays, an amiable chap; but women, somehow, even the best, got a little on one's nerves unless, of course, one admired them. Far off a cuckoo called; a wood pigeon was cooing from the first elm tree in the field, and how the daisies and buttercups had sprung up after the last mowing! The wind had got into the sou'west too, a delicious air, sappy. He pushed his hat back and let the sun fall on his chin and cheek. Somehow, to day, he wanted company, wanted a pretty face to look at. People treated the old as if they wanted nothing; and, with the unforsytean philosophy which ever intruded on his soul, he thought: 'One's never had enough. With a foot in the grave, one'll want something, I shouldn't be surprised.' Down here, away from the exigencies of affairs, his grandchildren and the flowers, trees, birds of his little domain, to say nothing of sun and moon and stars above them, said, 'Open Sesame' to him day and night. And Sesame had opened; how much, perhaps, he did not know. He had always been responsive to what they had begun to call Nature, genuinely, almost religiously responsive, though he had never lost his habit of calling a sunset, and a view, however deeply they might move him. But nowadays Nature actually made him ache, he appreciated it so. Every one of these calm, bright, lengthening days, with Holly's hand in his, and the dog Balthasar in front looking studiously for what he never found, he would stroll, watching the roses open, fruit budding on the walls, sunlight brightening the oak leaves and saplings in the coppice, watching the water lily leaves unfold and glisten, and the silvery young corn of the one wheat field; listening to the starlings and skylarks, and the Alderney cows chewing the cud, flicking slow their tufted tails. And every one of these fine days he ached a little from sheer love of it all, feeling perhaps deep down that he had not very much longer to enjoy it. The thought that some day, perhaps not 10 years hence, perhaps not 5, all this world would be taken away from him, before he had exhausted his powers of loving it, seemed to him in the nature of an injustice brooding over his horizon. If anything came after this life, it wouldn't be what he wanted; not Robin Hill, and flowers and birds and pretty faces too few, even now, of those about him. With the years his dislike of humbug had increased. The orthodoxy he had worn in the 'sixties, as he had worn side whiskers out of sheer exuberance, had long dropped off, leaving him reverent before 3 things alone: beauty, upright conduct, and the sense of property. And the greatest of these now was beauty. He had always had wide interests, and indeed could still read the Times, but he was liable at any moment to put it down if he heard a blackbird sing. Upright conduct, property, somehow they were tiring. The blackbirds and the sunsets never tired him, only gave him an uneasy feeling that he could not get enough of them. Staring into the stilly radiance of the early evening, and at the little gold and white flowers on the lawn, a thought came to him. This weather was like the music of Orfeo, which he had recently heard at Covent Garden. A beautiful opera, not like Meyerbeer, nor even quite Mozart, but in its way perhaps even more lovely; something classical and of the golden age about it, chaste and mellow, and the Rivoli almost worthy of the old days. Highest praise he could bestow. The yearning of Orpheus for the beauty he was losing, for his love going down to Hades, as in life love and beauty did go; the yearning which sang and throbbed through the golden music, stirred also in the lingering beauty of the world that evening. And with the tip of his cork soled, elastic sided boot, he involuntarily stirred the ribs of the dog Balthasar, causing the animal to wake and attack his fleas; for though he was supposed to have none, nothing could persuade him of the fact. When he had finished he rubbed the place he had been scratching against his master's calf, and settled down again with his chin over the instep of the disturbing boot. And into old Jolyon's mind came a sudden recollection, a face he had seen at that opera 3 weeks ago, Irene, the wife of his precious nephew Soames, that man of property. Though he had not met her since the day of the "At Home" in his old house at Stanhope Gate, which celebrated his granddaughter June's ill starred engagement to young Bosinney, he had remembered her at once, for he had always admired her, a very pretty creature. After the death of young Bosinney, whose mistress she had so reprehensibly become, he had heard that she had left Soames at once. Goodness only knew what she had been doing since. That sight of her face, a side view, in the row in front, had been literally the only reminder these 3 years that she was still alive. No one ever spoke of her; and yet Joe had told him something once, something which had upset him completely. The boy had got it from George Forsyte, he believed, who had seen Bosinney in the fog the day he was run over; something which explained the young fellow's distress; an act of Soames towards his wife, a shocking act. Joe had seen her too, that afternoon, after the news was out; seen her for a moment, and his description had always lingered in old Jolyon's mind. Wild and lost, he had called her. And next day June had gone there, bottled up her feelings and gone there; and the maid had cried, and told her how her mistress had slipped out in the night and vanished. A tragic business altogether. One thing was certain, Soames had never been able to lay hands on her again. And he was living at Brighton, and journeying up and down, a fitting fate, the man of property; for when he once took a dislike to anyone, as he had to his nephew, old Jolyon never got over it. He remembered still the sense of relief with which he had heard the news of Irene's disappearance. It had been shocking to think of her a prisoner in that house to which she must have wandered back, when Joe saw her, wandered back for a moment, like a wounded animal, to its hole after seeing that news, "Tragic death of an architect," in the street. Her face had struck him very much the other night, more beautiful than he had remembered, but like a mask, with something going on beneath it. A young woman still, 28 perhaps. Ah, well! Very likely she had another lover by now. But at this subversive thought for married women should never love; once even had been too much his instep rose, and with it the dog Balthasar's head. The sagacious animal stood up and looked into old Jolyon's face. "Walk?" he seemed to say; and old Jolyon answered: "Come on, old chap." Slowly, as was their wont, they crossed among the constellations of buttercups and daisies, and entered the fernery. This feature, where very little grew as yet, had been judiciously dropped below the level of the lawn, so that it might come up again on the level of the other lawn, and give the impression of irregularity so important in horticulture. Its rocks and earth were beloved of the dog Balthasar, who sometimes found a mole there. Old Jolyon made a point of passing through it because, though it was not beautiful, he intended that it should be, some day, and he would think: 'I must get Var to come down and look at it; he's better than beech.' For plants, like houses and human complaints, required the best expert consideration. It was inhabited by snails, and if accompanied by his grandchildren, he would point to one and tell them the story of the little boy who said: "Have plumbers got leggers, mother?" "No, sonny." "Then darned if I haven't been and swallowed a snileybob." And when they skipped and clutched his hand, thinking of the snileybob going down the little boy's red lane, his eyes would twinkle. Emerging from the fernery, he opened the wicket gate, which just there led into the first field, a large and park like area, out of which, within brick walls, the vegetable garden had been carved. Old Jolyon avoided this, which did not suit his mood, and made down the hill towards the pond. Balthasar, who knew a water rat or two, gambolled in front, at the gait which marks an oldish dog who takes the same walk every day. Arrived at the edge, old Jolyon stood, noting another water lily opened since yesterday. He would show it to Holly to morrow, when his little sweet had got over the upset which had followed on her eating a tomato at lunch. Her little arrangements were very delicate. Now that Jolly had gone to school, his first term, Holly was with him nearly all day long, and he missed her badly. He felt that pain too, which often bothered him now, a little dragging at his left side. He looked back up the hill. Really, poor young Bosinney had made an uncommonly good job of the house; he would have done very well for himself if he had lived. And where was he now? Perhaps still haunting this, the site of his last work, of his tragic love affair. Or was Philip Bosinney's spirit diffused in the general? Who could say? That dog was getting his legs muddy. And he moved towards the coppice. There had been the most delightful lot of bluebells, and he knew where some still lingered, like little patches of sky fallen in between the trees, away out of the sun. He passed the cow houses and the hen houses there installed, and pursued a path into the thick of the saplings, making for one of the bluebell plots. Balthasar, preceding him once more, uttered a low growl. Old Jolyon stirred him with his foot, but the dog remained motionless, just where there was no room to pass, and the hair rose slowly along the centre of his woolly back. Whether from the growl and the look of the dog's stivered hair, or from the sensation which a man feels in a wood, old Jolyon also felt something move along his spine. And then the path turned, and there was an old mossy log, and on it a woman sitting. Her face was turned away, and he had just time to think: 'She's trespassing; I must have a board put up,' before she turned. Powers above! The face he had seen at the opera, the very woman he had just been thinking of. In that confused moment he saw things blurred, as if a spirit queer effect the slant of sunlight perhaps on her violet grey frock. And then she rose and stood smiling, her head a little to one side. Old Jolyon thought: 'How pretty she is!' She did not speak, neither did he; and he realised why with a certain admiration. She was here no doubt because of some memory, and did not mean to try and get out of it by vulgar explanation. "Don't let that dog touch your frock," he said. "He's got wet feet. Come here, you!" But the dog Balthasar went on towards the visitor, who put her hand down and stroked his head. Old Jolyon said quickly: "I saw you at the opera the other night. You didn't notice me." "Oh, yes, I did." He felt a subtle flattery in that, as though she had added: "Do you think one could miss seeing you?" "They're still in Spain," he remarked abruptly. "I'm alone. I drove up for the opera. The Rivoli's good. Have you seen the cow houses?" In a situation so charged with mystery and something very like emotion, he moved instinctively towards that bit of property, and she moved beside him. Her figure swayed faintly, like the best kind of French figures; her dress, too, was a sort of French grey. He noticed 2 or 3 silver threads in her amber coloured hair strange hair with those dark eyes of hers, and that creamy pale face. A sudden sidelong look from the velvety brown eyes disturbed him. It seemed to come from deep and far, from another world almost, or at all events from some one not living very much in this. And he said mechanically: "Where are you living now?" "I have a little flat in Chelsea." He did not want to hear what she was doing, did not want to hear anything; but the perverse word came out: "Alone?" She nodded. It was a relief to know that; and it came into his mind that, but for a twist of fate, she would have been mistress of this coppice, showing these cow houses to him, a visitor. "All Alderneys," he muttered. "They give the best milk. This one's a pretty creature. Whoa, Myrtle!" The fawn coloured cow, with eyes as soft and brown as Irene's own, was standing absolutely still, not having long been milked. She looked around at them out of the corner of those lustrous, mild, cynical eyes, and from her grey lips a little dribble of saliva threaded its way towards the straw. The scent of hay and vanilla and ammonia rose in the dim light of the cool cow house, and old Jolyon said: "You must come up and have dinner with me. I'll send you home in the carriage." He perceived a struggle going on within her, natural, no doubt, with her memories; but he wanted her company, a pretty face, a charming figure, beauty. He had been alone all that afternoon. Perhaps his eyes were wistful, for she answered: "Thank you, Uncle Jolyon. I should like to." He rubbed his hands and said: "Capital! Let's go up, then." And, preceded by the dog Balthasar, they ascended through the field. The sun was almost level in their faces now, and he could see, not only those silver threads, but little lines, just deep enough to stamp her beauty with a coin like fineness, the special look of life unshared with others. "I'll take her in by the terrace," he thought. "I won't make a common visitor of her." "What do you do all day?" he said. "Teach music. I have another interest too." "Work," said old Jolyon, picking up the doll from off the swing and smoothing its black petticoat. "Nothing like it, is there? I don't do any now. I'm getting on. What interest is that?" Trying to help women who've come to grief." Old Jolyon did not quite understand. "To grief?" he repeated; then realised with a shock that she meant exactly what he would have meant himself if he had used that expression. Assisting the Madeleines of London! What a weird and terrifying interest! And, curiosity overcoming his natural shrinking, he asked: "Why? What do you do for them?" "Not much. I've no money to spare. I can only give sympathy and food sometimes." Involuntarily old Jolyon's hand sought his purse. He said hastily: "How do you get hold of them?" "I go to a hospital." "A hospital? Phew!" "What hurts me most is that once they nearly all had some sort of beauty." Old Jolyon straightened the doll. "Beauty!" he ejaculated. "Ah, yes! A sad business!" And then he moved towards the house. Through a French window, under sun blinds not yet drawn up, he preceded her into the room where he was wont to study the Times and the sheets of an agricultural magazine, with huge illustrations of mangold wurzels and the like, which provided Holly with material for her paint brush. "Dinner's in half an hour. You'd like to wash your hands. I'll take you to June's room." He saw her looking round eagerly. What changes since she had last visited this house with her husband, or her lover, or both perhaps? He did not know, could not say. All that was dark, and he wished to leave it so. But what changes! And in the hall he said: "My boy Jo's a painter, you know. He's got a lot of taste. It isn't mine, of course, but I've let him have his way." She was standing very still, her eyes roaming through the hall and music room, as it now was, all thrown into one, under the great skylight. Old Jolyon had an odd impression of her. Was she trying to conjure somebody from the shades of that space where the colouring was all pearl grey and silver? He would have had gold himself, more lively and solid; but Jo had French tastes, and it had come out shadowy like that, with an effect as of the fume of cigarettes the chap was always smoking, broken here and there by a little blaze of blue or crimson colour. It was not his dream. Mentally he had hung this space with those gold framed masterpieces of still and stiller life which he had bought in days when quantity was precious. And now where were they? Sold for a song. That something which made him, alone among Forsytes, move with the times, had warned him against the struggle to retain them. But in his study he still had "Dutch fishing boats at sunset." He began to mount the stairs with her, slowly, for he felt his side. "These are the bathrooms," he said, "and other arrangements. I've had them tiled. The nurseries are along here. And this is Jo's and his wife's. They all communicate. But you remember, I expect." Irene nodded. They passed on, up the gallery, and entered a large room with a small bed and several windows. "This is mine," he said. The walls were covered with the photographs of children and water colour sketches, and he added doubtfully: "These are Jo's. The view's first rate. You can see the Grand Stand at Epsom in clear weather." The sun was down now, behind the house, and over the prospect a luminous haze had settled, emanation of the long and prosperous day. Few houses showed, but fields and trees faintly glistened, away to a loom of downs. "The country's changing," he said abruptly; "but there it'll be when we're all gone. Look at those thrushes; the birds are sweet here in the mornings. I'm glad to have washed my hands of London." Her face was close to the window pane, and he was struck by its mournful look. 'Wish I could make her look happy,' he thought. A pretty face, but sad. And taking up his can of hot water, he went out into the gallery. "This is June's room," he said, opening the next door and putting the can down. "I think you'll find everything." And closing the door behind her, he went back to his own room. Brushing his hair with his great ebony brushes, and dabbing his forehead with eau de Cologne, he mused. She had come so strangely, a sort of visitation, mysterious, even romantic, as if his desire for company, for beauty, had been fulfilled by whatever it was which fulfilled that sort of thing. And, before the mirror, he straightened his still upright figure, passed the brushes over his great white moustache, touched up his eyebrows with eau de Cologne, and rang the bell. "I forgot to let them know that I have a lady to dinner with me. Let cook do something extra, and tell Beacon to have the landau and pair at 10:30 to drive her back to town to night. Is Miss Holly asleep?" The maid thought not; and old Jolyon, passing down the gallery, stole on tiptoe towards the nursery, and opened the door whose hinges he kept specially oiled that he might slip in and out in the evenings without being heard. But Holly was asleep, and lay like a miniature Madonna, of that type which the old painters could not tell from Venus, when they had completed her. Her long dark lashes clung to her cheeks; on her face was perfect peace. Her little arrangements were evidently all right again. And old Jolyon, in the twilight of the room, stood adoring her. It was so charming, solemn, and loving, that little face. He had more than his share of the blessed capacity of living again in the young. They were to him his future life; all of a future life that his fundamental pagan sanity perhaps admitted. There she was with everything before her, and his blood, some of it, in her tiny veins. There she was, his little companion, to be made as happy as ever he could make her, so that she knew nothing but love. His heart swelled, and he went out, stilling the sound of his patent leather boots. In the corridor an eccentric notion attacked him: to think that children should come to that which Irene had told him she was helping; women who were all, once, little things like this one sleeping there. "I must give her a cheque," he mused. "Can't bear to think of them." They had never borne reflecting on, those poor outcasts; wounding too deeply the core of true refinement hidden under layers of conformity to the sense of property; wounding too grievously the deepest thing in him, a love of beauty, which could give him, even now, a flutter of the heart, thinking of his evening in the society of a pretty woman. And he went downstairs, through the swinging doors, to the back regions. There, in the wine cellar, was a hock worth at least £2 a bottle, a Steinberg cabinet better than any Johannisberg that had ever went down a throat, a wine of perfect bouquet, sweet as a nectarine. Nectar, indeed! He got a bottle out, handling it like a baby, and holding it level to the light, to look. Enshrined in its coat of dust, that mellow coloured, slender necked bottle gave him deep pleasure. 3 years to settle down again since the move from town; ought to be in prime condition. 35 years ago he had bought it; thank God he had kept his palate, and earned the right to drink it. She would appreciate this; not a spice of acidity in a dozen. He wiped the bottle, drew the cork with his own hands, put his nose down, inhaled its perfume, and went back to the music room. Irene was standing by the piano. She had taken off her hat and a lace scarf she had been wearing, so that her gold coloured hair was visible, and the pallor of her neck. In her grey frock she made a pretty picture for old Jolyon, against the rosewood of the piano. He gave her his arm, and solemnly they went. The room, which had been designed to enable 24 people to dine in comfort, held now but a little round table. In his present solitude the big dining table oppressed old Jolyon; he had caused it to be removed till his son came back. Here, in the company of 2 really good copies of Raphael Madonnas, he was wont to dine alone. It was the only disconsolate hour of his day, this summer weather. He had never been a large eater, like that great chap Swithin, or Sylvanus Haythorpe, or Anthony Thornworthy, those cronies of past times; and to dine alone, overlooked by the Madonnas, was to him but a sorrowful occupation, which he got through quickly, that he might come to the more spiritual enjoyment of his coffee and cigar. But this evening was a different matter. His eyes twinkled at her across the little table, and he spoke of Italy and Switzerland, telling her stories of his travels there, and other experiences which he could no longer recount to his son and granddaughter because they knew them. This fresh audience was precious to him. He had never become one of those old men who ramble round and round the fields of reminiscence. Himself quickly fatigued by the insensitive, he instinctively avoided fatiguing others, and his natural flirtatiousness towards beauty guarded him specially in his relations with a woman. He would have liked to draw her out, but though she murmured and smiled, and seemed to be enjoying what he told her, he remained conscious of that mysterious remoteness which constituted half her fascination. He could not bear women who threw their shoulders and eyes at you and chattered away, or hard mouthed women who laid down the law and knew more than you did. There was only one quality in a woman that appealed to him: charm; and the quieter it was, the more he liked it. And this one had charm, shadowy as afternoon sunlight on those Italian hills and valleys he had loved. The feeling, too, that she was, as it were, apart, cloistered, made her seem nearer to himself, a strangely desirable companion. When a man is very old, and quite out of the running, he loves to feel secure from the rivalries of youth, for he would still be first in the heart of beauty. And he drank his hock, and watched her lips, and felt nearly young. But the dog Balthasar lay watching her lips too, and despising in his heart the interruptions of their talk, and the tilting of those greenish glasses full of a golden fluid which was distasteful to him. The light was just failing when they went back into the music room, and, cigar in mouth, old Jolyon said: "Play me some Chopin." By the cigars they smoke, and the composers they love, ye shall know the texture of men's souls. Old Jolyon could not bear a strong cigar or Wagner's music. He loved Beethoven and Mozart, Handel and Gluck, and Schumann, and, for some occult reason, the operas of Meyerbeer; but of late years he had been seduced by Chopin, just as in painting he had succumbed to Botticelli. In yielding to these tastes he had been conscious of divergence from the standards of the Golden Age. Their poetry was not that of Milton and Byron and Tennyson, of Raphael and Titian, Mozart and Beethoven. It was, as it were, behind a veil; their poetry hit no one in the face, but slipped its fingers under the ribs, and turned and twisted and melted up the heart. And, never certain that this was healthy, he did not care a rap so long as he could see the pictures of the one or hear the music of the other. Irene sat down at the piano, under the electric lamp festooned with pearl grey, and old Jolyon, in an arm chair whence he could see her, crossed his legs and drew slowly at his cigar. She sat a few moments with her hands on the keys, evidently searching her mind for what to give him. Then she began, and within old Jolyon there arose a sorrowful pleasure, not quite like anything else in the world. He fell slowly into a trance, interrupted only by the movements of taking the cigar out of his mouth at long intervals, and replacing it. She was there, and the hawk within him, and the scent of tobacco. But there too was a world of sunshine lingering into moonlight, and pools with storks upon them, and bluish trees above, glowing with blurs of wine red roses, and fields of lavender where milk white cows were grazing, and a woman all shadowy, with dark eyes and a white neck, smiled, holding out her arms; and through air which was like music a star dropped and was caught on a cow's horn. He opened his eyes. Beautiful piece! She played well, the touch of an angel. And he closed them again. He felt miraculously sad and happy, as one does standing under a lime tree in full honey flower. Not live one's own life again, but just stand there and bask in the smile of a woman's eyes, and enjoy the bouquet. And he jerked his hand. The dog Balthasar had reached up and licked it. "Beautiful!" he said. "Go on more Chopin." She began to play again. This time the resemblance between her and Chopin struck him. The swaying he had noticed in her walk was in her playing too, and the nocturne she had chosen, and the sweet darkness of her eyes, the light on her hair, as of moonlight from a golden moon. Seductive, yes; but nothing of Delilah in her, or in that music. A light blue spiral from his cigar ascended and dispersed. So we go out, he thought. No more beauty, nothing. Again Irene stopped. "Would you like some Gluck?" He used to write his music in a sunlit garden, with a bottle of Rhine wine beside him. "Ah, yes, let's have Orfeo." Round about him now were fields of gold and silver flowers, white forms swaying in the sunlight, bright birds flying to and fro. All was summer. Lingering waves of sweetness and regret flooded his soul. Some cigar ash dropped, and taking out a silk handkerchief to brush it off, he inhaled a mingled scent as of snuff and eau de Cologne. Ah! he thought, Indian summer, that's all. And he said: "You haven't played me 'Che faro.'" She did not answer, did not move. He was conscious of something, some strange upset. Suddenly he saw her rise and turn away, and a pang of remorse shot through him. What a clumsy chap! Like Orpheus, she, of course, she too was looking for her lost one in the hall of memory. And, disturbed to the heart, he got up from his chair. She had gone to the great window at the far end. Gingerly he followed. Her hands were folded over her breast; he could just see her cheek, very white. And, quite emotionalized, he said: "There, there, my love." The words had escaped him mechanically, for they were those he used to Holly when she had a pain; but their effect was instantaneously distressing. She raised her arms, covered her face with them, and wept. Old Jolyon stood gazing at her with eyes very deep from age. The passionate shame she seemed feeling at her abandonment, so unlike the control and quietude of her whole presence, was as if she had never before broken down in the presence of another being. "There, there, there, there," he murmured, and, putting his hand out reverently, touched her. She turned and leaned the arms which covered her face against him. Old Jolyon stood very still, keeping one thin hand on her shoulder. Let her cry her heart out; it would do her good. and the dog Balthasar, puzzled, sat down on his stern to examine them. The window was still open; the curtains had not been drawn; the last of daylight from without mingled with faint intrusion from the lamp within; there was a scent of new mown grass. With the wisdom of a long life old Jolyon did not speak. Even grief sobbed itself out in time. Only Time was good for sorrow; Time, who saw the passing of each mood, each emotion in turn; Time, the layer to rest. There came into his mind the words, "as panteth the hart after cooling streams," but they were of no use to him. Then, conscious of a scent of violets, he knew she was drying her eyes. He put his chin forward, pressed his moustache against her forehead, and felt her shake with a quivering of her whole body, as of a tree which shakes itself free of raindrops. She put his hand to her lips as if saying: "All over now. Forgive me." The kiss filled him with a strange comfort. He led her back to where she had been so upset; and the dog Balthasar, following, laid the bone of one of the cutlets they had eaten at their feet. Anxious to obliterate the memory of that emotion, he could think of nothing better than China; and, moving her slowly from cabinet to cabinet, he kept taking up bits of Dresden and Lowestoft and Chelsea, turning them round and round with his thin veined hands, whose skin, faintly freckled, had such an aged look. "I bought this at Jobson's," he would say. "Cost me £30. It's very old. That dog leaves his bones all over the place. Now this old ship bowl I picked up at the sale when the precious rip the Marquis came to grief. But you don't remember. Here's a nice piece of Chelsea. Now, what would you say this was?" And he was comforted, feeling that, with her taste, she was taking a real interest in these things; for, after all, nothing better composes the nerves than a doubtful piece of china. When the crunch of the carriage wheels was heard at last, he said: "You must come again. You must come to lunch, then I can show you these by daylight. And my little sweet she's a dear little thing. This dog seems to have taken a fancy to you." For Balthasar, feeling that she was about to leave, was rubbing his side against her leg. Going out under the porch with her, he said: "He'll get you up in an hour and a quarter. Take this for your protégés." And he slipped a cheque for £50 into her hand. He saw her brightened eyes, and heard her murmur: "Oh, Uncle Jolyon!" and a great throb of pleasure went through him. That meant one or two poor creatures helped a little, and it meant that she would come again. He put his hand in at the window and grasped hers once more. The carriage rolled away. He stood looking at the moon and the shadows of the trees, and thought: 'A sweet night. She '" End of Part One. Part Two of Tale 5 of Five Tales by John Galsworthy. This recording is in the public domain. David Wales. 2 days of rain, and summer set in, bland and sunny. Old Jolyon walked and talked with Holly. At first he felt taller and full of a new vigour; then he felt restless. Almost every afternoon they would enter the coppice, and walk as far as the log. "Well, she's not there," he would think; "of course not." And he would feel a little shorter, and drag his feet walking up the hill home, with his hand clapped to his left side. Now and then the thought would move in him: "Did she come? Or did I dream it?" And he would stare at space,
while the dog Balthasar stared at him. Of course she would not come again. He opened the letters from Spain with less excitement. They were not returning till July. He felt, oddly, that he could bear it. Every day at dinner he screwed up his eyes and looked at where she had sat. She was not there, so he unscrewed his eyes again. On the seventh afternoon he thought: 'I must go up and get some boots.' He ordered Beacon and set out. Passing from Putney towards Hyde Park, he reflected: 'I might as well go to Chelsea and see her.' And he called out: 'Just drive me to where you took that lady the other night.' The coachman turned his broad red face and his juicy lips and answered: "The lady in grey, sir?" "Yes, the lady in grey." "What other ladies were there, stodgy chap?" The carriage stopped before a small 3-storied block of flats, standing a little back from the river. With a practised eye old Jolyon saw that they were cheap. "I should think about £60 a year," he mused; and, entering, he looked at the name board. The name Forsyte was not on it, but against "First floor, Flat C" were the words: "Mrs. Irene Heron." Ah! She had taken her maiden name again. And somehow this pleased him. He went upstairs slowly, feeling his side a little. He stood a moment, before ringing, to lose the feeling of drag and fluttering there. She would not be in. And then boots! The thought went black. What did he want with boots at his age? He could not wear out those that he had. "Your mistress at home?" "Yes, sir." "Say Mr. Jolyon Forsyte." "Yes, sir. Will you come this way?" Old Jolyon followed a very little maid, not more than 16, one would say, into a very small drawing room where the sun blinds were drawn. It held a cottage piano and little else, save a vague fragrance and good taste. He stood in the middle, with his top hat in his hand, and thought: 'I expect she's very badly off.' There was a mirror above the fireplace, and he saw himself reflected. An old looking chap! He heard a rustle and turned round. She was so close that his moustache almost brushed her forehead, just under her hair. "Oh! I was driving up," he said. "Thought I'd look in on you, and ask how you got up the other night." And seeing her smile, he felt suddenly relieved. She was really glad to see him, perhaps. "Would you like to put on your hat and come for a drive in the park?" But while she was gone to put her hat on, he frowned. The park! James and Emily, Mrs. Nicholas, or some other member of his precious family would be there very likely, prancing up and down; and they would go and wag their tongues about having seen him with her, afterwards. Better not. He did not wish to revive the echoes of the past on Forsyte 'Change. He removed a white hair from the lapel of his closely buttoned up frock coat, and passed his hand over his cheeks, moustache, and square chin. It felt very hollow there under the cheek bones. He had not been eating much lately; he had better get that little whipper snapper who attended Holly to give him a tonic. But she had come back, and when they were in the carriage he said: "Suppose we go and sit in Kensington Gardens instead," and added with a twinkle: "No prancing up and down there," as if she had been in on the secret of his thoughts. Leaving the carriage, they entered those select precincts, and strolled towards the water. "You've gone back to your maiden name, I see," he said. "I'm not sorry." She slipped her hand under his arm. "Has June forgiven me, Uncle Jolyon?" He answered gently: "Yes, yes, of course. Why not?" "And have you?" "I forgave you as soon as I saw how the land really lay." and perhaps he had; his instinct had always been to forgive the beautiful. She drew a deep breath. "I never regretted. I couldn't." "Did you ever love very deeply, Uncle Jolyon?" At that strange question old Jolyon stared before him. Had he? He did not seem to remember that he ever had; but he did not like to say this to the young woman whose hand was touching his arm, whose life was suspended, as it were, by memory of a tragic love. And he thought: 'If I had met you when I was young, I might have made a fool of myself, perhaps.' And a longing to escape in generalities beset him. "Love's a queer thing," he said. "Fatal thing, often. It was the Greeks, wasn't it, made love into a goddess? They were right, I dare say; but then they lived in the golden age." "Phil adored them." Phil! The word jarred him, for suddenly, with his power to see all around a thing, he perceived why she was putting up with him like this. She wanted to talk about her lover. Well! If it was any pleasure to her! And he said: "Ah! There was a bit of the sculptor in him, I fancy." Yes, he loved balance and symmetry; he loved the whole hearted way the Greeks gave themselves to art. Balance! The chap had no balance at all, if he remembered. As for symmetry, clean built enough he was, no doubt, but those queer eyes of his, and high cheek bones symmetry! "You're of the golden age too, Uncle Jolyon." Old Jolyon looked round at her. Was she chaffing him? No, her eyes were soft as velvet. Was she flattering him? But if so, why? There was nothing to be had out of an old chap like him. Phil thought so. He used to say: "But I can never tell him that I admire him." Ah! There it was again, her dead lover. Her desire to talk of him. And he pressed her arm, half resentful of those memories, half grateful, as if he recognised what a link they were between herself and him. "He was a very talented young fellow," he murmured. "It's hot. I feel the heat nowadays. Let's sit down." They took two chairs beneath a chestnut tree whose broad leaves covered them from the peaceful glory of the afternoon. A pleasure to sit there and watch her, and feel that she liked to be with him. And the wish to increase that liking, if he could, made him go on. "I expect he showed you a side of him I never saw. He'd be at his best with you. His ideas of art were a little new to me." He had stiffed the word "fangled." "Yes, but he used to say that you had a real sense of beauty." Old Jolyon thought: 'The devil he did!' but answered with a twinkle: "Well, I have, or I shouldn't be sitting here with you." She was fascinating when she smiled with her eyes like that. He thought you had one of those hearts that never grow old. Phil had real insight. He was not taken in by this flattery, spoken out of the past, out of a longing to talk of her dead lover. Not a bit. And yet it was precious to hear, because she pleased his eyes and heart which, quite true, had never grown old. Was that because, unlike her and her dead lover, he had never loved to desperation, had always kept his balance, his sense of symmetry? Well! It had left him power at 84 to admire beauty. And he thought: 'If I were a painter or a sculptor but I'm an old chap. Make hay while the sun shines.' A couple with arms entwined crossed on the grass before them, at the edge of the shadow from their tree. The sunlight fell cruelly on their pale, squashed, unkempt young faces. "We're an ugly lot," said old Jolyon suddenly. "It amazes me to see how love triumphs over that." "Love triumphs over everything." "The young think so," he muttered. Love has no age, no limit, and no death. With that glow in her pale face, her breast heaving, her eyes so large and dark and soft, she looked like Venus come to life. But this extravagance brought instant reaction, and twinkling, he said: "Well, if it had limits, we shouldn't be born, for, by George, it's got a lot to put up with." Then, removing his top hat, he brushed it round with a cuff. The great clumsy thing heated his forehead; in these days he often got a rush of blood to the head; his circulation was not what it had been. She still sat gazing straight before her, and suddenly she murmured: "It's strange enough that I'm alive." Those words of Jo's "wild and lost" came back to him. "Ah!" he said, "my son saw you for a moment that day." "Was it your son? I heard a voice in the hall. I thought for a second it was Phil." Old Jolyon saw her lips tremble. She put her hand over them, took it away again, and went on calmly: "That night I went to the Embankment. A woman caught me by the dress. She told me about herself. When one knows that others suffer, one's ashamed. One of those?" She nodded, and horror stirred within old Jolyon, the horror of one who has never known a struggle with desperation. Almost against his will he muttered: "Tell me, won't you?" "I didn't care whether I lived or died. When you're like that, Fate ceases to want to kill you. She took care of me 3 days; she never left me. I had no money. That's why I do what I can for them now." But old Jolyon was thinking: 'No money! What fate could compare with that? Every other was involved in it. "I wish you had come to me," he said. "Why didn't you?" But Irene did not answer. "Because my name was Forsyte, I suppose. Or was it June who kept you away? How are you getting on now?" His eyes involuntarily swept her body. Perhaps even now she was and yet she wasn't thin not really. "Oh! With my £50 a year, I make just enough." The answer did not reassure him. He had lost confidence. And that fellow Soames! But his sense of justice stifled condemnation. No, she would certainly have died rather than take another penny from him. Soft as she looked, there must be strength in her somewhere, strength and fidelity. But what business had young Bosinney to have got run over and left her stranded like this? "Well, you must come to me now," he said, "for anything you want, or I shall be quite cut up." And putting on his hat, he rose. "Let's go and get some tea. I told that lazy chap to put the horses up for an hour, and come for me at your place. We'll take a cab presently. I can't walk as I used to." He enjoyed that stroll to the Kensington end of the gardens, the sound of her voice, the glancing of her eyes, the subtle beauty of a charming form moving beside him. He enjoyed their tea at Ruffles in the High Street, and came out thence with a great box of chocolates swung on his little finger. He enjoyed the drive back to Chelsea in a hansom, smoking his cigar. She had promised to come down next Sunday and play to him again; and already in thought he was plucking carnations and early roses for her to carry back to town. It was a pleasure to give her a little pleasure, if it were pleasure from an old chap like him. The carriage was already there when they arrived. Just like that fellow, who was always late when he was wanted. Old Jolyon went in for a minute to say good bye. The little dark hall of the flat was impregnated with a disagreeable odour of patchouli, and on a bench, against the wall, its only furniture, he saw a figure sitting. He heard Irene say softly: "Just 1 minute." In the little drawing room, when the door was shut, he asked gravely: "One of your protegees?" "Yes. Now, thanks to you, I can do something for her." He stood staring, and stroking that chin whose strength had frightened so many in its time. The idea of her thus actually in contact with this outcast grieved and frightened him. What could she do for them? Nothing. Only soil and make trouble for herself, perhaps. And he said: "Take care, my dear. The world puts the worst construction on everything." "Oh, I know that." He was abashed by her quiet smile. "Well, then, Sunday," he murmured. "Good bye." She put her cheek forward for him to kiss. "Good bye," he said again. "Take care of yourself." And he went out, not looking towards the figure on the bench. He drove home by way of Hammersmith, that he might stop at a place he knew of, and tell them to send her in 24 of their best Burgundy. She must want picking up sometimes. Only in Richmond Park did he remember that he had gone up to order himself some boots, and was surprised that he could have had so paltry an idea. End of Part 2. Part 3 of Tale 5 of 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Wales. The little spirits of the past which throng an old man's days had never pushed their faces up to his so seldom as in the 70 hours elapsing before Sunday came. The spirit of the future, with the charm of the unknown, put up her lips instead. Old Jolyon was not restless now, and paid no visits to the log, because she was coming to lunch. There is a wonderful finality about a meal. It removes a world of doubts, for no one misses meals except for reasons beyond control. He played many games with Holly on the lawn, pitching them up to her who was batting so as to be ready to bowl to Jolly in the holidays. For she was not a Forsyte, but Jolly was, and Forsytes always bat, until they have resigned and reached the age of 85. The dog Balthasar, in attendance, lay on the ball as often as he could, and the page boy fielded, till his face was like the harvest moon. And because the time was getting shorter, each day was longer and more golden than the last. On Friday night he took a liver pill, his side hurt him rather, and, though it was not the liver side, there is no remedy like that. Anyone telling him that he had found a new excitement in life, and that excitement was not good for him, would have been met by one of those steady and rather defiant looks of his deep set iron grey eyes, which seemed to say: "I know my own business best." He always had, and always would. On Sunday morning, when Holly had gone with her governess to church, he visited the strawberry beds. There, accompanied by the dog Balthasar, he examined the plants narrowly, and succeeded in finding at least 24 berries which were really ripe. Stooping was not good for him, and he became very dizzy and red in the forehead. Having placed the strawberries in a dish on the dining table, he washed his hands and bathed his forehead with eau de Cologne. There, before the mirror, it occurred to him that he was thinner. What a threadpaper he had been when he was young! It was nice to be slim; he could not bear a fat chap; and yet perhaps his cheeks were too thin. She was to arrive by train at 12:30, and walk up, entering from the road past Drake's farm at the far end of the coppice. And having looked into June's room to see that there was hot water ready, he set forth to meet her, leisurely, for his heart was beating. The air smelled sweet, larks sang, and the grand stand at Epsom was visible. A perfect day. On such a one, no doubt, 6 years ago, Soames had brought young Bosinney down with him to look at the site before they began to build. It was Bosinney who had pitched on the exact spot for the house, as June had often told him. In these days he was thinking much about that young fellow, as if his spirit were really haunting the field of his last work, on the chance of seeing her. Bosinney, the one man who had possessed her heart, to whom she had given her whole self with rapture. At his age one could not, of course, imagine such things, but there stirred in him a queer vague aching, as it were the ghost of an impersonal jealousy; and a feeling, too, more generous, of pity for that love so early lost. All over in a few poor months. Well, well! He looked at his watch before entering the coppice. Only 1/4 past, 25 minutes to wait. And then, turning the corner of the path, he saw her exactly where he had seen her the first time, on the log; and realised that she must have come down by the earlier train to sit there alone for a couple of hours at least. 2 hours of her society missed. What memory could make that log so dear to her? His face showed what he was thinking, for she said at once: "Forgive me, Uncle Jolyon. It was here that I first knew." "Yes, yes. There it is for you, whenever you like. You're looking a little Londony. You're giving too many lessons." That she should have to give lessons worried him. Lessons to a parcel of young girls thumping out scales with their thick fingers. "Where do you go to give them?" he asked. "They're mostly Jewish families, luckily." Old Jolyon stared. To all Forsytes Jews seemed strange and doubtful. "They love music. And they're very kind." "They had better be, by George!" He took her arm his side always hurt him a little going uphill and said: "Did you ever see anything like these buttercups? They came like that in a night." Her eyes seemed really to fly over the field, like bees after the flowers and the honey. "I wanted you to see them wouldn't let them turn the cows in yet." Then, remembering that she had come to talk about Bosinney, he pointed to the clock tower over the stables. "I expect he wouldn't have let me put that there had no notion of time, if I remember." But, pressing his arm to her, she talked of flowers instead, and he knew that it was done, that he might not feel she came because of her dead lover. "The best flower I can show you," he said, with a sort of triumph, "is my little sweet. She'll be back from church directly. There's something about her which reminds me a little of you." And it did not seem to him peculiar that he had put it thus, instead of saying: "There's something about you which reminds me a little of her." Ah! And here she was! Holly, followed closely by her elderly French governess, whose digestion had been ruined 22 years ago in the siege of Strasbourg, came rushing toward them from under the oak tree. She stopped about a dozen yards away to pat Balthasar and pretend that this was all she had in her mind. Old Jolyon, who knew better, said: "Well, my darling, here's the lady in grey I promised you." Holly raised herself and looked up. He watched the two of them with a twinkle, Irene smiling, Holly beginning with grave inquiry, passing into a shy smile too, and then to something deeper. She had a sense of beauty, that child knew what was what. He enjoyed the sight of the kiss between them. "Mrs. Heron, Mam'zelle Beauce. Well, Mam'zelle, good sermon?" For, now that he had not much more time before him, the only part of the service connected with this world absorbed what interest in church remained to him. Mam'zelle Beauce stretched out a spidery hand clad in a black kid glove (she had been in the best families),
and the rather sad eyes of her lean yellowish face seemed to ask: "Are you well bred?" Whenever Holly or Jolly did anything unpleasing to her a not uncommon occurrence she would say to them: "The little Taylors never did that. They were such well bred little children." Jolly hated the little Taylors. Holly wondered dreadfully how it was she fell so short of them. A thin, rum little soul, old Jolyon thought her, Mam'zelle Beauce. Luncheon was a successful meal. The mushrooms which he himself had picked in the mushroom house, his chosen strawberries, and another bottle of the Steinberg cabinet, filled him with a certain aromatic spirituality, and a conviction that he would have a touch of eczema to morrow. After lunch they sat under the oak tree drinking Turkish coffee. It was no matter of grief to him when Mam'zelle Beauce withdrew to write her Sunday letter to her sister, whose future had been endangered in the past by swallowing a pin, an event held up daily in warning to the children to eat slowly and digest what they had eaten. At the foot of the bank, on a carriage rug, Holly and the dog Balthasar teased and loved each other, and in the shade old Jolyon, with his legs crossed and his cigar luxuriously savoured, gazed at Irene sitting in the swing. A light, vaguely swaying grey figure, with a fleck of sunlight here and there upon it, lips just opened, eyes dark and soft, under lids a little drooped. She looked content. Surely it did her good to come and see him. The selfishness of age had not set its proper grip on him, for he could still feel pleasure in the pleasure of others, realising that what he wanted, though much, was not quite all that mattered. "It's quiet here," he said. "You mustn't come down if you find it dull. But it's a pleasure to see you. My little sweet is the only face which gives me any pleasure, except yours." From her smile he knew that she was not beyond liking to be appreciated, and this reassured him. "That's not humbug," he said. "I never told a woman I admired her when I didn't. In fact, I don't know when I've told a woman I admired her, except my wife in the old days and wives are funny." He was silent, but resumed abruptly: "She used to expect me to say it more often than I felt it. And there we were." Her face looked mysteriously troubled, and afraid that he had said something painful, he hurried on: "When my little sweet marries, I hope she'll find someone who knows what women feel. I shan't be here to see it, but there's too much topsy turvydom in marriage. I don't want her to pitch up against that." And aware that he had made bad worse, he added: "That dog will scratch." A silence followed. Of what was she thinking, this pretty creature whose life was spoiled, who had done with love, and yet was made for love? Some day, when he was gone, perhaps, she would find another mate, not so disorderly as that young fellow who had got himself run over. Ah! But her husband? "Does Soames ever trouble you?" he asked. She shook her head. Her face had closed up suddenly. For all her softness, there was something irreconcilable about her; and a glimpse of light on the inexorable nature of sex antipathies strayed into a brain which, belonging to early Victorian civilisation, so much older than this of old age, had never thought about such primitive things. "That's a comfort," he said. "You can see the grand stand to day. Shall we take a turn round?" Through the flower and fruit garden, against whose high outer walls peach trees and nectarines were trained to the sun, through the stables, the vinery, the mushroom house, the asparagus beds, the rosery, the summer house, he conducted her. even into the kitchen garden to see the tiny green peas which Holly loved to scoop out of their pods with her finger and lick up from the palm of her little brown hand. Many delightful things he showed her, while Holly and the dog Balthasar danced ahead, or came to them at intervals for attention. It was one of the happiest afternoons he had ever spent, but it tired him, and he was glad to sit down in the music room and let her give him tea. A special little friend of Holly's had come in, a fair child with short hair like a boy's, and the two sported in the distance, under the stairs, on the stairs, and up in the gallery. Old Jolyon begged for Chopin. She played studies, mazurkas, waltzes, till the two children, creeping near, stood at the foot of the piano, their dark and golden heads bent forward, listening. Old Jolyon watched. "Let's see you dance, you two." Shyly, with a false start, they began; bobbing and circling, earnest, not very adroit, they went past and past his chair to the strains of that waltz. He watched them, and the face of her who was playing turned smiling towards those little dancers, thinking: 'Sweetest picture I've seen for ages.' A voice said: "Olé, mes enfants! Qu'est-ce que tu fais là? Danser le dimanche! Viens donc!" But the children came close to old Jolyon, knowing that he would save them, and gazed into a face which was decidedly caught out. "Better the day, better the deed, Mam'zelle. It's all my doing. Trot along, chicks, and have your tea." And when they were gone, followed by the dog Balthasar, who took every meal, he looked at Irene with a twinkle and said: "Well, there we are. Aren't they sweet? Have you any little ones among your pupils?" "Yes, 3. 2 of them darlings." "Pretty?" "Lovely." Old Jolyon sighed. He had an insatiable appetite for the very young. "My little sweet," he said, "is devoted to music. She'll be a musician some day. You wouldn't give me your opinion of her playing, I suppose?" "Oh, of course I will." "You wouldn't like" but he stifled the words "to give her lessons." The idea that she gave lessons was unpleasant to him, yet it would mean that he would see her regularly. She left the piano and came over to his chair. "I would like, very much. But there is June. When are they coming back?" Old Jolyon frowned. "Not till the middle of next month. What does that matter?" "You said June had forgiven me, but she could never forget, Uncle Jolyon." Forget! She must forget, if he wanted her to. But, as if answering, Irene shook her head. "You know she couldn't. One doesn't forget." Always that wretched past! And he said with a sort of vexed finality: "Well, we shall see." He talked to her an hour or more, of the children, and 100 little things, till the carriage came round to take her home. And when she had gone he went back to his chair, and sat there smoothing his face and chin, dreaming over the day. That evening, after dinner, he went to his study, and took a sheet of paper. He stayed for some minutes without writing, then rose and stood under the masterpiece "Dutch Fishing Boats at Sunset." He was not thinking of that picture, but of his life. He was going to leave her something in his will. Nothing could so have stirred the stilly deeps of thought and memory. He was going to leave her a portion of his wealth, of his aspirations, deeds, qualities, work; all that had made that wealth; going to leave her, too, a part of all he had missed in life, by his sane and steady pursuit of wealth. All! What had he missed? Dutch fishing boats responded blankly. He crossed to the French window, and drawing the curtain aside, opened it. A wind had got up, and one of last year's oak leaves, which had somehow survived the gardener's brooms, was dragging itself with a tiny clicking rustle along the stone terrace in the twilight. Except for that, it was very quiet out there, and he could smell the heliotrope watered not long since. A bat went by; a bird uttered its last cheep. And right above the oak tree the first star shone. Faust in the opera had bartered his soul for some fresh years of youth. Morbid notion! No such bargain was possible; that was real tragedy. No making oneself new again, for love or life or anything. Nothing left to do but enjoy beauty from afar off while you could, and leave it something in your will. But how much? And as if he could not make that calculation looking out into the mild freedom of the country night, he turned back and went up to the chimney piece. There were his pet bronzes, a Cleopatra with the asp at her breast, a Socrates, a greyhound playing with her puppy, a strong man reining in some horses. They last, he thought, and a pang went through his heart. They had 1,000 years of life before them. How much? Well, enough at all events to save her getting old before her time, to keep the lines out of her face as long as possible, and grey from soiling that bright hair. He might live for another 5 years; she would be well over 30 by then. How much? She had none of his blood in her. In loyalty to the tenor of his life for 40 years and more, ever since he married and founded that mysterious thing, a family, came this warning thought: none of his blood, no right to anything. It was a luxury then, this notion; an extravagance, a petting of an old man's whim, one of those things done in dotage. His real future was vested in those who had his blood, in whom he would live on when he was gone. He turned away from the bronzes and stood looking at the old leather chair in which he had sat and smoked so many hundreds of cigars. And suddenly he seemed to see her sitting there in her grey dress, fragrant, soft, dark eyed, graceful, looking up at him. Why, she cared nothing for him really; all she cared for was that lost lover of hers. But she was there, whether she would or no, giving him pleasure with her beauty and grace. One had no right to inflict an old man's company, no right to ask her down to play to him and let him look at her, for no reward. Pleasure must be paid for in this world. How much? After all, there was plenty. His son and his 3 grandchildren would never miss that little lump. He had made it himself, nearly every penny. He could leave it where he liked, allow himself this little pleasure. He went back to the bureau. "Well, I'm going to," he thought. "Let them think what they like. I'm going to." And he sat down. How much? 10,000? 20,000? How much? If only with his money he could buy 1 year, 1 month of youth. And startled by that thought, he wrote quickly: "Dear Herring, draw me a codicil to this effect: I leave to my niece Irene Forsyte, born Irene Heron, by which name she now goes, £15,000, free of legacy duty. Yours faithfully, Jolyon Forsyte." When he had sealed and stamped the envelope, he went back to the window and drew in a long breath. It was dark, but many stars shone now. Part 4 of Tale 5 of 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. David Wales.
He woke at 2:30, an hour which long experience had taught him brings panic intensity to all awkward thoughts. Experience had also taught him that a further waking at the proper hour of 8 showed the folly of such panic. On this particular morning the thought which had gathered rapid momentum was that if he became ill, at his age not improbable, he would not see her. From this it was but a step to realisation that he would be cut off too when his son and June returned from Spain. How could he justify desire for the company of one who had stolen early morning does not mince words June's lover? That lover was dead, but June was a stubborn little thing, warm hearted, but stubborn as wood, and quite true not one who forgot. By the middle of next month they would be back. He had barely 5 weeks left to enjoy the new interest which had come into what remained of his life. Darkness showed up to him absurdly clear the nature of his feeling. Admiration for beauty, a craving to see that which delighted his eyes. Preposterous, at his age! And yet what other reason was there for asking June to undergo such painful reminder, and how prevent his son and his son's wife from thinking him very queer? He would be reduced to sneaking up to London, which tired him; and the least indisposition would cut him off even from that. He lay with eyes open, setting his jaw against the prospect, and calling himself an old fool, while his heart beat loudly, and then seemed to stop beating altogether. He had seen the dawn lighting the window chinks, heard the birds chirp and twitter, and the cocks crow, before he fell asleep again, and woke tired but sane. 5 weeks before he need bother, at his age, an eternity. But that early morning panic had left its mark, had slightly fevered the will of one who had always had his own way. He would see her as often as he wished. Why not go up to town and make that codicil at his solicitor's instead of writing about it? She might like to go to the opera. But by train, for he would not have that fat chap Beacon grinning behind his back. Servants were such fools; and as likely as not they had known all the past history of Irene and young Bosinney. Servants knew everything, and suspected the rest. He wrote to her that morning: "My dear Irene, I have to be up in town to morrow. If you would like to have a look in at the opera, come and dine with me quietly." But where? It was decades since he had dined anywhere in London, save at his club, or at a private house. Ah! That new fangled place close to Covent Garden. "Let me have a line to morrow morning to the Piedmont Hotel, where to expect you there at 7 o'clock. Yours affectionately, "JOLYON FORSYTE." She would understand that he just wanted to give her a little pleasure; for the idea that she should guess he had this itch to see her was instinctively unpleasant to him. It was not seemly that one so old should go out of his way to see beauty, especially in a woman. The journey next day, short though it was, and the visit to his lawyers, tired him. It was hot too, and after dressing for dinner he lay down on the sofa in his bedroom to rest a little. He must have had a sort of fainting fit, for he came to himself feeling very queer; and with some difficulty rose and rang the bell. Why, it was past 7! And there he was, and she would be waiting! But suddenly the dizziness came on again, and he was obliged to relapse on the sofa. He heard the maid's voice say: "Did you ring, sir?" "Yes, come here." He could not see her clearly, for the cloud in front of his eyes. "I'm not well. I want some sal volatile." "Yes, sir." Her voice sounded frightened.
Old Jolyon made an effort. "Don't go. Take this message to my niece, a lady waiting in the hall, a lady in grey. Say Mr. Forsyte is not well the heat. He is very sorry. If he is not down directly, she is not to wait dinner." When she was gone he thought feebly: 'Why did I say a lady in grey? She may be in anything. Sal volatile!' He did not go off again, yet was not conscious of how Irene came to be standing beside him, holding smelling salts to his nose, and pushing a pillow up behind his head. He heard her say anxiously: "Dear Uncle Jolyon, what is it?" Was dimly conscious of the soft pressure of her lips on his hand, then drew a long breath of smelling salts, suddenly discovered strength in them, and sneezed. "Ah!" he said, "it's nothing. How did you get here? Go down and dine. The tickets are on the dressing table. I shall be all right in a minute." He felt her cool hand on his forehead, smelled violets, and sat divided between a sort of pleasure and a determination to be all right. "Why, you are in grey," he said. "Help me up." Once on his feet, he gave himself a shake. What business had I to go off like that? And he moved very slowly to the glass. What a cadaverous chap! Her voice behind him murmured: "You mustn't come down, Uncle. You must rest." "Fiddlesticks! A glass of champagne'll soon set me to rights. I can't have you missing the opera." But the journey down the corridor was troublesome. What carpets they had in these new fangled places, so thick that you tripped up on them at every step! In the lift he noticed how concerned she looked, and said with a ghost of a twinkle: "I'm a pretty host." When the lift stopped, he had to hold firmly to the seat to prevent its slipping under him; but after soup and a glass of champagne he felt much better, and began to enjoy an infirmity which had brought such solicitude into her manner towards him. "I should have liked you for a daughter," he said suddenly, and watching the smile in her eyes, went on: "You mustn't get wrapped up in the past at your time of life. Plenty of that when you get to be my age. That's a nice dress. I like the style." "I made it myself." Ah! A woman who could make herself a pretty frock had not lost her interest in life. "Make hay while the sun shines," he said, "and drink that up. I want to see some colour in your cheeks. We mustn't waste life; it doesn't do. There's a new Marguerite to night. Let's hope she won't be fat. And Mephisto anything more dreadful than a fat chap playing the devil I can't imagine." But they did not go to the opera after all, for in getting up from dinner the dizziness came over him again, and she insisted on his staying quiet and going to bed early. When he parted from her at the door of the hotel, having paid the cabman to drive her to Chelsea, he sat down again for a moment to enjoy the memory of her words: "You are such a darling to me, Uncle Jolyon." Why, who wouldn't be? He would have liked to stay up another day and take her to the Zoo, but 2 days running of him would bore her to death. No, he must wait till next Sunday. She had promised to come then. They would settle those lessons for Holly, if only for a month. It would be something. That little Mam'zelle Beauce wouldn't like it, but she would have to lump it. And crushing his old opera hat against his chest, he sought the lift. He drove to Waterloo next morning, struggling with a desire to say: "Drive me to Chelsea," but his sense of proportion was too strong. Besides, he felt shaky, and did not want to risk another aberration like that of last night, away from home. Holly, too, was expecting him, and what he had in his bag for her. Not that there was any cupboard love in this little sweet; she was a bundle of affection. Then, with the rather bitter cynicism of the old, He wondered for a second whether it was not cupboard love which made Irene put up with him. No, she was not that sort either. She had, if anything, too little notion of how to butter her bread, no sense of property, poor thing! Besides, he had not breathed a word about that codicil, nor should he; sufficient unto the day was the good thereof. In the victoria which met him at the station, Holly was restraining the old dog Balthasar, and their caresses made "Juby" his drive home. All the rest of that fine hot day, and most of the next, he was content and peaceful, reposing in the shade, while the long lingering sunshine showered gold on the lawns and the flowers. But on Thursday evening, at his lonely dinner, he began to count the hours 65 till he would go down to meet her again in the little coppice, and walk up through the fields at her side. He had intended to consult the doctor about his fainting fit, but the fellow would be sure to insist on quiet, no excitement, and all that. And he did not mean to be tied by the leg, did not want to be told of an infirmity, if there were one, could not afford to hear of it at his time of life, now that this new interest had come. And he carefully avoided making any mention of it in a letter to his son. It would only bring them back with a run. How far this silence was due to consideration for their pleasure, how far to regard for his own, he did not pause to consider. That night in his study he had just finished his cigar and was dozing off, when he heard the rustle of a gown, and was conscious of a scent of violets. Opening his eyes, he saw her, dressed in grey, standing by the fireplace, holding out her arms. The odd thing was that, though those arms seemed to hold nothing, they were curved as if around someone's neck, and her own neck was bent back, her lips open, her eyes closed. She vanished at once, and there were the mantelpiece and his bronzes. But those bronzes and the mantelpiece had not been there when she was, only the fireplace and the wall. Shaken and troubled, he got up. "I must take medicine," he thought. "I can't be well." His heart beat too fast, he had an asthmatic feeling in the chest, and going to the window, he opened it to get some air. A dog was barking far away, one of the dogs at Gage's farm, no doubt, beyond the coppice. A beautiful, still night, but dark. "I dropped off," he mused. "That's it. And I'll swear my eyes were open." A sound like a sigh seemed to answer. "What's that?" he said sharply. "Who's there?" Putting his hand to his side to still the beating of his heart, he stepped out on the terrace. Something soft scurried by in the dark. "Shoo!" It was that grey cat. Young Bosinney was like a great cat, he thought. It was him in there that she was. He's got her still. He walked to the edge of the terrace, and looked down into the darkness. He could just see the powdering of the daisies on the unmown lawn. Here to day and gone to morrow. And there came the moon, who saw all, young and old, alive and dead, and didn't care a dump. His own turn soon. For a single day of youth he would give what was left. And he turned again towards the house. He could see the windows of the night nursery up there. His little sweet would be asleep. Hope that dog won't wake her, he thought. What is it makes us love and makes us die? I must go to bed. And across the terrace stones, growing grey in the moonlight, he passed back within. How should an old man live his days, if not in dreaming of his well spent past? In that, at all events, there is no agitating warmth, only pale winter sunshine. The shell can withstand the gentle beating of the dynamos of memory. The present he could distrust, the future shun.
From beneath thick shade he could watch the sunlight creeping at his toes. If there be sun of summer, let him not go out into it, mistaking it for the Indian summer sun. Thus peradventure he shall decline softly, slowly, imperceptibly, until impatient nature clutches his windpipe, and he gasps away to death, some early morning before the world is aired, and they put on his tombstone, "In the fulness of years." Yea, if he preserve his principles in perfect order, a Forsyte may live on long after he is dead. Old Jolyon was conscious of all this, and yet there was in him that which transcended Forsyteism. For it is written that a Forsyte will not love beauty more than reason, for his own way more than his own health. And something beat within him in these days, that with each throb fretted at the thinning shell. His sagacity knew this, but it knew too that he could not stop that beating, nor would if he could. And yet, if you had told him he was living on his capital, he would have stared you down. No, no, a man did not live on his capital; it was not done. The shibboleths of the past were ever more real than the actualities of the present; and he, to whom living on one's capital had always been anathema, could not have borne to have applied so gross a phrase to his own case. Pleasure is healthful, beauty good to see; to live again in the youth of the young and what else on earth was he doing? Methodically, as had been the way of his whole life, he now arranged his time. On Tuesdays he journeyed up to town by train; Irene came and dined with him, and they went to the opera. On Thursdays he drove to town, and putting that fat chap and his horses up, met her in Kensington Gardens, picking up the carriage after he had left her, and driving home again in time for dinner. He threw out the casual formula that he had business in London on those 2 days. On Wednesdays and Saturdays she came down to give Holly music lessons. The greater the pleasure he took in her society, the more scrupulously fastidious he became, just a matter of fact and friendly uncle. Not even in feeling, really, was he more; for, after all, there was his age. And yet, if she were late, he fidgeted himself to death; if she missed coming, which happened twice, his eyes grew sad as an old dog's, and he failed to sleep. And so a month went by, a month of summer in the fields and in his heart, with summer's heat and the fatigue thereof. Who could have believed a few weeks back that he would have looked forward to his son's and his granddaughter's return with something like dread? There was such a delicious freedom, such recovery of that independence a man enjoys before he founds a family, about these weeks of lovely weather, and this new companionship with one who demanded nothing, and remained always a little unknown, retaining the fascination of mystery. It was like a draught of wine to him who has been drinking water for so long that he has almost forgotten the stir wine brings to his blood, the narcotic to his brain. The flowers were coloured brighter, scents and music, and the sunlight had a living value, were no longer mere reminders of past enjoyment. There was something now to live for, which stirred him continually to anticipation. He lived in that, not in retrospection. The difference is considerable to any so old as he. The pleasures of the table, never of much consequence to one naturally abstemious, had lost all value. He ate little, without knowing what he ate, and every day grew thinner and more worn to look at. He was again a thread paper, and to this thinned form his massive forehead, with hollows at the temples, gave more dignity than ever. He was very well aware that he ought to see the doctor, but liberty was too sweet.
He could not afford to pet his frequent shortness of breath and the pain in his side at the expense of liberty. Return to the vegetable existence he had led among the agricultural journals with the life size mangold wurzels, before this new attraction came into his life? No! He exceeded his allowance of cigars. 2 a day had always been his rule. Now he smoked 3, and sometimes 4. A man will when he is filled with the creative spirit. But very often he thought: 'I must give up smoking and coffee. I must give up rattling up to town.' But he did not. There was no one in any sort of authority to notice him, and this was a priceless boon. The servants perhaps wondered, but they were naturally dumb. Mam'zelle Boyce was too concerned with her own digestion, and too well read to make personal allusions. Holly had not as yet an eye for the relative appearance of him who was her plaything and her god. It was left for Irene herself to beg him to eat more, to rest in the hot part of the day, to take a tonic, and so forth. But she did not tell him that she was the cause of his thinness, for one cannot see the havoc oneself is working. A man of 85 has no passions, but the beauty which produces passion works on in the old way, till death closes the eyes which crave the sight of her. On the first day of the second week in July he received a letter from his son in Paris, to say that they would all be back on Friday. This had always been more sure than fate, but with the pathetic improvidence given to the old, that they may endure to the end, he had never quite admitted it. Now he did, and something would have to be done. He had ceased to be able to imagine life without this new interest, but that which is not imagined sometimes exists, as Forsytes are perpetually finding to their cost. He sat in his old leather chair, doubling up the letter, and mumbling with his lips the end of an unlighted cigar. After to morrow his Tuesday expeditions to town would have to be abandoned. He could still drive up, perhaps once a week, on the pretext of seeing his man of business; but even that would be dependent on his health, for now they would begin to fuss about him. The lessons must go on; she must swallow down her scruples, and June must put her feelings in her pocket. She had done so once, on the day after the news of Bosinney's death. What she had done then she could surely do again now. 4 years since that injury was inflicted on her; not Christian to keep the memory of old sores alive. June's will was strong, but his was stronger, for his sands were running out. Irene was soft; surely she would do this for him, subdue her natural shrinking, sooner than give him pain. The lessons must continue, for if they did, he was secure. And lighting his cigar at last, he began trying to shape out how to put it to them all, and explain this strange intimacy; how to veil and wrap it away from the naked truth, that he could not bear to be deprived of the sight of beauty. Ah, Holly! Holly was fond of her; Holly liked her lessons. She would save him, his little sweet; and with that happy thought he became serene, and wondered what he had been wondering about so fearfully. He must not worry; it left him always curiously weak, and as if but half present in his own body. That evening, after dinner, he had a return of the dizziness, though he did not faint. He would not ring the bell, because he knew it would mean a fuss, and make his going up on the morrow more conspicuous. When one grew old, the whole world was in conspiracy to limit freedom; and for what reason? Just to keep the breath in him a little longer. He did not want it at such cost.
Only the dog Balthasar saw his lonely recovery from that weakness, anxiously watched his master go to the sideboard and drink some brandy, instead of giving him a biscuit. When at last old Jolyon felt able to tackle the stairs, he went up to bed. And though still shaky next morning, the thought of the evening sustained and strengthened him. It was always such a pleasure to give her a good dinner. He suspected her of under eating when she was alone, and at the opera to watch her eyes glow and brighten, the unconscious smiling of her lips. She hadn't much pleasure, and this was the last time he would be able to give her that treat. But when he was packing his bag, he caught himself wishing that he had not the fatigue of dressing for dinner before him, and the exertion, too, of telling her about June's return. The opera that evening was Carmen, and he chose the last entr'acte to break the news, instinctively putting it off till the last moment. She took it quietly, queerly. In fact, he did not know how she had taken it before the wayward music lifted up again, and silence became necessary. The mask was down over her face, that mask behind which so much went on that he could not see. She wanted time to think it over, no doubt. He would not press her, for she would be coming to give her lesson to morrow afternoon, and he should see her then, when she had got used to the idea. In the cab he talked only of the Carmen. He had seen better in the old days, but this was not bad at all. When he took her hand to say good night, she bent quickly forward and kissed his forehead. "Good bye, dear Uncle Jolyon. You have been so sweet to me." "To morrow, then," he said. "Good night. Sleep well." She echoed softly: "Sleep well." And from the cab window, already moving away, he saw her face screwed round towards him, and her hand put out in a gesture that seemed to linger. He sought his room slowly. They never gave him the same, and he could not get used to these spick and spandy bedrooms, with new furniture and grey green carpets sprinkled all over with pink roses. He was wakeful, and that wretched habanera kept throbbing in his head. His French had never been equal to its words, but its sense he knew, if it had any sense a gipsy thing, wild and unaccountable. Well, there was in life something which upset all your care and plans, something which made men and women dance to its pipes. And he lay staring from deep sunk eyes into the darkness where the unaccountable held sway. You thought you had hold of life, but it slipped away behind you, took you by the scruff of the neck, forced you here and forced you there, and then, likely as not, squeezed life out of you. It took the very stars like that, he shouldn't wonder, rubbed their noses together and flung them apart. It had never done playing its pranks. 5,000,000 people in this great blunderbuss of a town, and all of them at the mercy of that life force, like a lot of little dried peas hopping about on a board when you struck your fist on it. Ah, well! Himself would not hop much longer; a good long sleep would do him good. How hot it was up here! How noisy! His forehead burned. She had kissed it just where he always worried, just there, as if she had known the very place and wanted to kiss it all away for him. But, instead, her lips left a patch of grievous uneasiness. She had never spoken in quite that voice, had never before made that lingering gesture, or looked back at him as she drove away. He got out of bed and pulled the curtains aside. His room faced down over the river. There was little air, but the sight of that breadth of water flowing by, calm, eternal, soothed him. The great thing, he thought, is not to make myself a nuisance. I'll think of my little sweet, and go to sleep.
but it was long before the heat and throbbing of the London night died out into the short slumber of the summer morning; and old Jolyon had but 40 winks. When he reached home next day, he went out to the flower garden, and with the help of Holly, who was very delicate with flowers, gathered a great bunch of carnations. They were, he told her, for the lady in grey, a name still bandied between them; and he put them in a bowl in his study, where he meant to tackle Irene the moment she came, on the subject of June and future lessons. Their fragrance and colour would help. After lunch he lay down, for he felt very tired, and the carriage would not bring her from the station till 4 o'clock. But as the hour approached he grew restless, and sought the schoolroom which overlooked the drive. The sun blinds were down, and Holly was there with Mam'zelle Beauce, sheltered from the heat of a stifling July day, attending to their silkworms. Old Jolyon had a natural antipathy to these methodical creatures, whose heads and colour reminded him of elephants; who nibbled such quantities of holes in nice green leaves, and smelled, as he thought, horrid. He sat down on a chintz covered window seat, whence he could see the drive, and got what air there was; and the dog Balthasar, who appreciated chintz on hot days, jumped up beside him. Over the cottage piano a violet dust sheet, faded almost to grey, was spread, and on it the first lavender, whose scent filled the room. In spite of the coolness here, perhaps because of that coolness, the beat of life vehemently impressed his ebbed down senses. Each sunbeam which came through the chinks had annoying brilliance; the dog smelled very strong; the lavender perfume was overpowering; those silkworms heaving up their grey green back seemed horribly alive, and Holly's dark head bent over them had a wonderfully silky sheen. A marvellous, cruelly strong thing was life when you were old and weak; it seemed to mock you with its multitude of forms and its beating vitality. He had never, till those last few weeks, had this curious feeling of being with one half of him eagerly borne along in the stream of life, and with the other half left on the bank, watching that helpless progress. Only when Irene was with him did he lose this double consciousness. Holly turned her head, pointed with her little brown fist to the piano, for to point with a finger was not well bred, and said slyly: "Look at the lady in grey, Gran. Isn't she pretty to day?" Old Jolyon's heart gave a flutter, and for a second the room was clouded. Then it cleared, and he said with a twinkle: "Who's been dressing her up?" "Mam'zelle." "Holly, don't be foolish." That prim little Frenchwoman! She hadn't yet got over the music lessons being taken away from her. That wouldn't help. His little sweet was the only friend they had. Well, they were her lessons, and he shouldn't budge for anything. He stroked the warm wool on Balthasar's head, and heard Holly say: "When mother's home, there won't be any changes, will there? She doesn't like strangers, you know." The child's words seemed to bring the chilly atmosphere's opposition about old Jolyon, and disclose all the menace to his new found freedom. Ah! He would have to resign himself to being an old man at the mercy of care and love, or fight to keep this new and prized companionship; and to fight tired him to death. But his thin, worn face hardened into resolution, till it appeared all jaw. This was his house and his affair; he should not budge. He looked at his watch, old and thin like himself. He had owned it 50 years. Past 4 already; and kissing the top of Holly's head in passing, he went down to the hall. He wanted to get hold of her before she went up to give her lesson. At the first sound of wheels He stepped out into the porch, and saw at once that the victoria was empty. "The train's in, sir, but the lady 'asn't come." Old Jolyon gave him a sharp upward look; his eyes seemed to push away that fat chap's curiosity, and defy him to see the bitter disappointment he was feeling. "Very well," he said, and turned back into the house. He went to his study and sat down, quivering like a leaf. What did this mean? She might have lost her train, but he knew well enough she hadn't. "Good bye, dear Uncle Jolyon." Why good bye, and not good night? And that hand of hers lingering in the air. And her kiss. What did it mean? Vehement alarm and irritation took possession of him. He got up and began to pace the Turkey carpet between window and wall. She was going to give him up, he felt it for certain, and he was defenceless, an old man wanting to look on beauty. It was ridiculous. Age closed his mouth, paralysed his power to fight. He had no right to what was warm and living, no right to anything but memories and sorrow. He could not plead with her; even an old man had his dignity. Defenceless. For an hour, lost to bodily fatigue, he paced up and down, past the bowl of carnations he had plucked, which mocked him with its scent. Of all things hard to bear, the prostration of will power is hardest, for one who has always had his way. Nature had got him in its net, and like an unhappy fish he turned and swam at the meshes here and there, found no hole, no breaking point. They brought him tea at 5 o'clock, and a letter. For a moment hope beat up in him. He cut the envelope with the butter knife, and read: "Dearest Uncle Jolyon, I can't bear to write anything that may disappoint you, but I was too cowardly to tell you last night. I feel I can't come down and give Holly any more lessons, now that June is coming back. Some things go too deep to be forgotten. It has been such a joy to see you and Holly. Perhaps I shall still see you sometimes when you come up, though I'm sure it's not good for you. I can see you are tiring yourself too much. I believe you ought to rest quite quietly all this hot weather, and now you have your son and June coming back, you will be so happy. Thank you a million times over for all your sweetness to me. Lovingly your Irene." So that was it. Not good for him to have pleasure and what he chiefly cared about; to try and put off feeling the inevitable end of all things, the approach of death with its stealthy, rustling footsteps. Not good for him! Not even she could see how she was his new lease of interest in life, the incarnation of all the beauty he felt slipping from him. His tea grew cold, his cigar remained unlit, and up and down he paced, torn between his dignity and his hold on life. Intolerable to be squeezed out slowly, without a say of your own, to live on when your will was in the hands of others, bent on weighing you to the ground with care and love. Intolerable! He would see what telling her the truth would do, the truth that he wanted the sight of her more than just lingering on. He sat down at his old bureau and took a pen. But he could not write. There was something revolting in having to plead like this, plead that she should warm his eyes with her beauty. It was tantamount to confessing dotage. He simply could not. And instead he wrote: "I had hoped that the memory of old sores would not be allowed to stand in the way of what is a pleasure and a profit to me and my little granddaughter. But old men learn to forego their whims; they are obliged to,
even the whim to live must be foregone sooner or later, and perhaps the sooner the better. My love to you, JOLYON FORSYTE. Bitter, he thought, but I can't help it. I'm tired. He sealed and dropped it into the box for the evening post, and hearing it fall to the bottom, thought: 'There goes all I've looked forward to.' That evening, after dinner, which he scarcely touched, after his cigar, which he left half smoked, for it made him feel faint, he went very slowly upstairs and stole into the night nursery. He sat down on the window seat. A night light was burning, and he could just see Holly's face, with one hand underneath the cheek. An early cockchafer buzzed in the Japanese paper with which they had filled the grate, and one of the horses in the stable stamped restlessly. To sleep like that child! He pressed apart two rungs of the Venetian blind, and looked out. The moon was rising, blood red. He had never seen so red a moon. The woods and fields out there were dropping to sleep too in the last glimmer of the summer light. And beauty, like a spirit, walked. 'I've had a long life,' he thought, 'the best of nearly everything. I'm an ungrateful chap. I've seen a lot of beauty in my time. Poor young Bosinney said I had a sense of beauty. There's a man in the moon to night.' A moth went by, another, another. Ladies in grey. He closed his eyes. A feeling that he would never open them again beset him. He let it grow, let himself sink; then, with a shiver, dragged the lids up. There was something wrong with him, no doubt, deeply wrong. He would have to have the doctor after all. It didn't much matter now. Into that coppice the moonlight would have crept. There would be shadows, and those shadows would be the only things awake. No birds, beasts, flowers, insects; just the shadows moving. Ladies in grey. Over that log they would climb, would whisper together. She and Bosinney funny thought! And the frogs and little things would whisper too. How the clock ticked in here! It was all eerie. Out there in the light of that red moon; in here with the little steady night light, and the ticking clock and the nurse's dressing gown hanging from the edge of the screen, tall like a woman's figure. Lady in grey. And a very odd thought beset him. Did she exist? Had she ever come at all? Or was she but the emanation of all the beauty he had loved, and must leave so soon? The violet grey spirit with the dark eyes and the crown of amber hair, who walks the dawn and the moonlight, and at bluebell time? What was she? Who was she? Did she exist? He rose, and stood a moment clutching the window sill, to give him a sense of reality again; then began tiptoeing towards the door. He stopped at the foot of the bed, and Holly, as if conscious of his eyes fixed on her, stirred, sighed, and curled up closer in defence. He tiptoed on and passed out into the dark passage, reached his room, undressed at once, and stood before the mirror in his nightshirt. What a scarecrow, with temples fallen in, and thin legs! His eyes resisted his own image, and a look of pride came on his face. All was in league to put him down, even his reflection in the glass. But he was not down yet. He got into bed, and lay a long time without sleeping, trying to reach resignation, only too well aware that fretting and disappointment were very bad for him. He woke in the morning so unrefreshed and strengthless that he sent for the doctor. After sounding him, the fellow pulled a face as long as your arm, and ordered him to stay in bed and give up smoking. That was no hardship.
There was nothing to get up for, and when he felt ill, tobacco always lost its savour. He spent the morning languidly, with the sun blinds down, turning and returning the Times, not reading much, the dog Balthasar lying beside his bed. With his lunch they brought him a telegram running thus: "Your letter received, coming down this afternoon. Will be with you at 4:30. Irene." Coming down after all! Then she did exist, and he was not deserted. Coming down! A glow ran through his limbs; his cheeks and forehead felt hot. He drank his soup, and pushed the tray table away, lying very quiet until they had removed lunch and left him alone. But every now and then his eyes twinkled. Coming down! His heart beat fast, and then did not seem to beat at all. At 3 o'clock he got up, and dressed deliberately, noiselessly. Holly and Mam'zelle would be in the schoolroom, and the servants asleep after their dinner, he shouldn't wonder. He opened his door cautiously and went downstairs. In the hall the dog Balthasar lay solitary, and, followed by him, old Jolyon passed into his study and out into the burning afternoon. He meant to go down and meet her at the coppice, but felt at once he could not manage that in this heat. He sat down instead under the oak tree by the swing; and the dog Balthasar, who also felt the heat, lay down beside him. He sat there smiling. What a revel of bright minutes! What a hum of insects and cooing of pigeons! It was the quintessence of a summer day. Lovely! And he was happy, happy as a sandboy, whatever that might be. She was coming; she had not given him up. He had everything in life he wanted, except a little more breath, and less weight, just here. He would see her when she emerged from the fernery, come swaying just a little, a violet grey figure passing over the daisies and dandelions and soldiers on the lawn, the soldiers with their flowery crowns. He would not move, but she would come up to him and say: "Dear Uncle Jolyon, I am sorry," and sit in the swing and let him look at her, and tell her that he had not been very well, but was all right now. And that dog would lick her hand. That dog knew his master was fond of her. That dog was a good dog. It was quite shady under the tree. The sun could not get at him, only make the rest of the world bright, so that he could see the grand stand at Epsom far away out there, very far, and the cows cropping the clover in the field and swishing at the flies with their tails. He smelled the scent of limes and lavender. Ah! That was why there was such a racket of bees. They were excited, busy as his heart was busy and excited. Drowsy, too, drowsy and drugged on honey and happiness, as his heart was drugged and drowsy. Summer, summer, they seemed saying; great bees and little bees, and the flies too. The stable clock struck 4. In half an hour she would be here. He would have just one tiny nap, because he had so little sleep of late, and then he would be fresh for her, fresh for youth and beauty, coming towards him across the sunlit lawn, lady in grey. And settling back in his chair, he closed his eyes. Some thistledown came on what little air there was, and pitched on his moustache, more white than itself. He did not know, but his breathing stirred it, caught there. A ray of sunlight struck through and lodged on his boot. A bumble bee alighted and strolled on the crown of his Panama hat. And the delicious surge of slumber reached the brain beneath that hat, and the head swayed forward and rested on his breast. Summer, summer, so went the hum. The stable clock struck the quarter past. The dog Balthasar stretched and looked up at his master. The thistledown no longer moved. The dog placed his chin over the sunlit foot. It did not stir. The dog withdrew his chin quickly, rose and leaped on old Jolyon's lap, looked in his face, whined; then, leaping down, sat on his haunches, gazing up. And suddenly he uttered a long, long howl. But the thistledown was still as death, and the face of his old master. Summer, summer, summer; the soundless footsteps on the grass. End of Part 4 of Tale Number 5. End of 5 tales by John Galsworthy.